Okay, I'm going to let in everybody. Okay, welcome everybody to our CECD2 May 2023 calendar meeting, and a happy belated Mother's Day to all the mothers joining us. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend. Thank you again for joining us. So I believe we have a quorum of council members, so we can have our meeting today. Janie, can you do roll call, please?
Yes. Robin Bershi.
Here.
Kasha Das.
Here.
Daniela Igorov.
Here.
Lupe Hernandez.
Present.
Robin Kelleher.
Here.
Ken Kwok.
Here.
Benjamin Morton.
Here.
Ushma Neal. Lim Fong Sip is here. Leonard Silverman. Lily Wu.
Here.
Gabriela Calabia. I thought I saw Gabriela.
Yes, I do see her. I'm going to make her a co-host right now.
有在吗？把它作为那个
Sorry, I'm here. I couldn't unmute.
Okay, no worries. I got you. Do we see Ushma or Leonard?
Ushma won't be joining us today.
Okay.
She has a work-related
Okay.
event.
Okay.
And Len Silverman, I don't see him. Okay.
Okay, we have quorum.
Yep. We have the Mandarin translator, interpreter here. Lily, Max Chen has joined us. So, all right, you've connected, yes. Okay. All right. Janie, would you, you announced, I believe last month, the Zoom chat rules. If you want to or if someone else wants to discuss that, I'm going to activate that now.
Yeah, Kush, do you want to screen share or do you want me to screen share? Kush, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
If you already have it up, go ahead. Otherwise, I know where it is quickly. Two seconds.
Yeah, I closed it.
There we go. That work? Let me size it. Come on to that. That's most of it. I think what's missing just from the bottom is first bad act will result in a 5-minute cooling off session. Second bad act will result in a 10-minute cooling off. Third strike, chat turned off for the remainder of the business meeting. That everything should be available on one screen. Are we waiting on anything? I don't need to read it again, do I?
Oh, no. All right. So if you want to unshare the screen. All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Kush. So our next item is the presentation of resolutions. So Resolution 197 is to hire an administrative assistant for CECD2. Would someone like to discuss that for the from the hiring committee? I did see earlier Lupe's hand up. Is that to discuss that or? No? All right, well. All right,
No,
well,
actually, it was regarding the chat. I had posted, if we can copy and paste the rules in the chat, it'd be helpful for any parents that come in throughout the night. I will have the ability to copy and paste that throughout the night in the chat. So if someone that has the text can copy and paste it in the chat, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
I will do that, and I'll share it with all the other council members as well. The document.
okay.
Just give me a
All
moment.
right, thank you for that. All right, so I will discuss Resolution 197. It is regarding the administrative position for a Community Education Council, District 2. We had an unfortunate situation about almost a year and a half ago. Our previous administrative assistant, Yvette, passed away, and it was a sad moment, obviously, and a wonderful woman, and I had the pleasure of working with her, and a few of us here on the council did as well. Last April, we had formed a hiring committee, which was restarted again this past summer. And the hiring committee narrowed down a few choices, and then they decided on a new, on one of their choices, Chanel Harry, and she has agreed to take on this role. I've had I was not on the hiring committee that selected her, but I did have a chance to speak with her recently, and we had some wonderful conversations on 2 different occasions. And so this resolution is about fulfilling our requirement under the DOE to vote on hiring her, and the resolve. Therefore, at the end, we resolve that CECD2 requests that New York City DOE hires Chanel Harry to the role of CECD2's administrative assistant, effective May 31, 2020. The resolution itself discusses the position that became available, and the administrative assistant's responsibilities, and that's open, that's available to the public. All right, so I guess if there are questions, we'll discuss it during the after the public speaking session. All right, so we'll move now to the second resolution for this meeting, and that's Resolution 198 in support of increasing NYPD school safety staff at PS 40 and MS 255, which is a shared building for both schools. PS 40 is an elementary school from pre-K through 5th grade. It has over 600 students. Middle school 255 Salk School of Science has over another 340 students. Plus you have staff, administrative staff, teachers, and so forth. So the building has over 1,000 people in it on a daily basis, and there's only one safety agent. This resolution was first of all, I should state that I am a liaison to both PS 40 and to Salk. This concern really came to the forefront, or at least to me anyway, about a month ago, when there was a contained fire. It was electrical fire. Luckily, there was no one was hurt, but there was a lot of smoke, and it could have been worse had it not been for a quick acting teacher. And I don't know exactly all the details, but we owe him a great deal of gratitude for quickly acting and putting it out. But there was a tremendous amount of smoke. Luckily, the students were extremely prepared for this incident, and they well behaved, and they were able to all head out in an organized fashion. So despite there being a lot of smoke in the and even in the stairways. So but there's only one safety agent, safety officer in the school, and luckily, you know, the issue didn't snowball and become worse, because it would have been difficult to manage. And now there are other reasons for that. I believe there will be some others who can weigh in on this during our meeting, but the schools of this size in our district and elsewhere have more than one safety agent. So this was brought to the attention of Community Board 6, and they unanimously voted it out of committee. I believe they the same similar resolution to this, substantially similar, and I believe they will be voting in full in their full board tomorrow with regards to requesting from the DOE a safety agent. The DOE has been responsive that they agree that there should be more than one. But the ask here is that it should be done immediately, just because there are just because of the number of students at the school and the potential for issues. So basically, we're asking Community Education Council D2 to also join in and support our community and requesting change and add an addition of one more safety agent. This has been done for other schools, or we have some great advocates in our D2 council, and we're hoping that the DOE will do the same for PS40 and Salk School of Science. Okay. And move on to the next agenda item. Program presentation. We don't have a program for this evening. There are some suggestions, and there will be requests for programs for next month, and we'll be discussing that during the business meeting, the working business meeting. Okay. Unless any council members have any questions or comments, we can move now to, yes, Chen?
Yes, I'd like to discuss my draft resolution for the to allow families and students to attend events, sports programs, even if they're not vaccinated.
Sure. So can you make the motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. Does someone second the motion?
I second.
Okay, so you're making the motion to put this on the agenda, correct?
Yes,
Or,
that's what it takes. Yeah.
yeah, okay. So Janie, do you want to do a formal vote, or do you want just a raise of hands?
You can raise your hands.
Okay, so do you want to, all those in favor of putting resolution calling for New York State and New York City to make COVID vaccines optional for students and their families to allow them to participate in school programs, functions, events, and sports, to be put on the agenda. Note that the this has been a public document shared for more than 24 hours as required by the state. So all those in favor? Okay, I'll let join us. All right. And all those opposed?
Hold on. Okay. So of the council members who are yays, I have Daniela, Robin Kelleher, Chen Kwok, Leonard Silverman, Robin Broshi.
Oh, I don't know if Ron Broshi is a yay.
Your hand is up. Does that mean a yes or no, or you have a question?
Oh, sorry, I muted myself and I meant to unmute. It's a yes.
Yes, okay, so it's a yes.
Okay, Lupe, well, Len is first and Lupe. Len, yes. You have your hand raised.
Oh, no, sorry, that was from before.
Okay.
That was from the vote. Let me know that. Thanks.
No, I'm still tallying the vote. So Lupe, are you a yes?
Correct. My hand is up for a yes.
Yes, okay, so let me just, so right now I see 5 council member votes.
Okay, well, I was a yes too. So.
Okay, so then it's 6, all right.
And Kush is also has hand raised as well.
Okay. Okay, do I see Lily or Gabriella?
Well, we should ask them.
She's muted. Is she not a co-host? All right, well, in any case, we have 7 council member votes.
I'm Lily. I'm here.
Okay. Are you okay to add it to the agenda?
Do you want to ask her in Chinese? Maybe.
Lily, are you okay to add Chen's
Draft resolution.
resolution to the agenda?
讲中文可以吗？
你说。
刚刚 Jenny 在问我什么？
我有一个稿是关于让那个学生和家人参与学校的活动，包括运动啊、毕业，还有其他的项目。这是让他们参加，虽然他们没有打完那个疫苗。
哦，赞成吗？是吗？
就是讨论，就是来放在我们的项目里面。
哦，同意。
同意。
Okay. She's a yes. Okay.
谢谢。
Okay, we have 8 council member votes.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. And any abstentions? And any opposed?
I'm an abstention. Abstain.
Okay. All right, Chen, would you like to present your resolution?
I will share my screen. We've discussed this last month. I'll just give you the highlights. It has been changed. Nothing really has changed.
Can you make your presentation a little bit bigger so some others can see? Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay, no.
Great.
Is it too big now? So yeah, as from last month, and for those who weren't here last month, it's really saying we should let all students and their families to participate in school programs, functions, and events and sports, regardless of vaccine status. There are many reasons for that. First of all, is the students already in school all day without having to vax, and it's unfair for them to be excluded from programs after school just because of their vaccination status. The same for families, adults, children can now go to restaurants and concerts, sporting events without vaccination. Why should that be different from any school events? Also, from a vaccination standpoint, we're looking at still, having this assumption that kids need to be vaccinated, where the risk of very severe health consequences, including death, is very low for healthy kids, which is the most of the kids. And it's not saying that it's not an anti-vax position. It's an optional position where those who are at high risk should be protected. And the numbers still say it. After 2 years of COVID, the percentage of deaths of children under 18 is 0.10% of the all total COVID deaths. And severe illness, even in the face of higher cases, the newer variants are very mild, and there has been severe hospitalizations and illness, and the stats are just very flat. And even the vaccines themselves haven't been fully approved or haven't been shown to be effective. There's 12% efficacy for the children's vax. And there are some risks from the vaccinations itself. It's not a risk-free proposition. There's myocarditis cases, especially for males under 40. The Johnson & Johnson vax has now been stopped because of blood clots. And there hasn't been sufficient testing for young people that make it worth the risk. So for this also, a side effect is also the mask mandate for toddlers. Now, notice that this hasn't really changed. The resolution hasn't changed, just like the mask mandate resolution that eventually passed, thanks to the council members' support, was passed without much change in the wording and the facts, the science. But politics and policies change over time that finally recognize the science. And thus today, the students can now go to proms and graduations, but the families still can't go if they're not fully vaccinated. And now toddlers can be unmasked outdoors, but then they're still masked indoors. So we're in between somewhere, but the facts haven't changed. The science hasn't changed, but the policies are still lagging behind. So I hope that we as a council can take the lead in advocating for our families and our students. Instead of waiting for something to happen, people are advocating outside of here. And as council members, we ought to take a leadership position and also provide cover for families who may be afraid to speak out. Like I said before, it's not a matter of like, I want to win, I want to pass as a victory, but it's really as a shield and buffer, as a voice for those who may not be able to speak out, or for fear, or for whatever reasons. But we can disagree, I'm fine, but I'm presenting all these things are factual, and nothing is conjecture or opinion. So this is the document, and it's finally been made public. Thank you, President Morden, for posting this. Here's the chart on myocarditis incidence of under 40. There's a claim that the COVID-caused myocarditis is more severe than from the vax, but it's not true. The data now shows from a study in Israel that it is not true. So so this is where the facts are, and hopefully we will eventually have the policies changed so that we allow all students and families to participate, and hopefully that the council can also take a position of leadership to support our families and students. Thank you.
Can I add a comment then?
I'm going to keep this up.
Yes, please go, Daniel.
I was going to keep this up. Sorry.
So I just want to share, because I think I come from a different perspective than Chen to support this. I think probably I'm a lot more pro-vaccines than Chen is, and I don't see this as an anti-vaccine resolution. But what I think it's important for us to know is the lack of consistency in the rules that are being implemented in our schools now. So as he mentioned, children can go to school, they sit down every day with their colleagues and their friends, vaccinated, but then just after school activities, just for sports practice, they are not allowed to participate because they are unvaccinated. So there is no science that can explain why this rule is in place. And what I think is a much bigger problem for our children today is the mental health crisis that we are facing. And the fact that children cannot participate in sport activities, in any organized sports, if they're not vaccinated, or in after school activities, it's a much higher risk for our children today for their physical and mental health than the fact that, for some reason their family decided to not get the vaccine. And so I just want to make sure that every council member knows that even if you support this resolution, doesn't mean that you are sending a message that people should not be vaccinated. That's never the message that I send. But I do think that it's important for us to have consistency in these rules and not just have arbitrary rules where, particularly when children are the ones that are suffering the most strict rules and the most nonsense rules in our city. And that has been, and that has been a pattern through this entire pandemic, where we have made decisions in New York City to open many areas of our city, and always children were the last. They were always the last. And now, for example, toddlers are the only and last group that still have to be mandated to mask, sometimes 8 hours a day. And so this resolution is just really asking for consistency and to prioritize children. Thank you.
And I also want to state, thank you, Daniela, Councilmember Daniela. I also want to state for the record that I I support vaccinations. I don't support mandated vaccinations. There are many cases where children cannot be vaxxed for these reasons. I was one of the first to get online to get vaxxed. So, and my wife is also fully vaccinated. So I am not against vaccination by any stretch. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Kwok, and also thank you, Councilmember Igorov, for weighing in as well. And our next item is our public speaking session. I just put in the chat, we just have a few speakers signed up. If there's anyone who wants to sign up, just click the link there and we'll look at it after we finished our current list and see if and add you to our first speaking session. All right, Janie, you want to announce the first person?
Yes, hold on 1 second. Let me. Richard Connolly. I'm going to copy and paste all the names actually in the.
I don't have him as present.
The next is Natalie.
Okay. All right. Hi, Natalie. Thank you for joining us on CECD2.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to speak for a minute on the resolution that the that CB6 education panel passed last, was that last week before? Time flies when you're a PTA co-president. So, you know, that was really wonderful what you said, Benjamin. You basically said everything that I would have said, but you know, one of the things that comes to mind for me is that we have one safety agent who is really overworked at this point. She sometimes works 14-hour days with a half-hour break. And so, you know, no one can really do their job really well if they're overworked. And so that's, you know, one reason why I think we need to have a second safety agent back, but also for all the other reasons that Benjamin mentioned. So I'm going to keep it brief. That's it for me tonight, but we really appreciate your support in getting a second agent back at PS40 and MS 255. Thanks.
Thank you, Natalie. Janie, who's the next one? You're muted, Janie.
Stefan Lautner.
Oh, Stefan. Okay. All right, Stefan, you're unmuted. Thank you, Stefan, for joining us at CECD2.
Thank you for having me. I just wanted to make the comments. I've reached out to the superintendent on this issue in the past, but I wanted to highlight it in the public forum. I want to congratulate the DOE for renewing the Summer Rising program this year. However, I did want to highlight that the rollout for District 2 and very specifically for the Upper East Side, which is where I am with my children, has been an utter disaster. You know, the schools of the area, 10 public schools for the K through 5, you know, grouping, are all being reunited in one site. The effect of this is that all of the seats that were available for Summer Rising were taken in less than 1 hour. So I think there's an utter failing on the part of the DOE that, you know, despite a very popular program last year, you know, failed to plan appropriately for what was going to happen this year. So I hope that there's some work that is done to remediate the problem, because sending, you know, families from Manhattan all the way over to, well, it's part of District 2, but over to Roosevelt Island seems extraordinarily challenging. So wanted to mention that, but, you know, appreciate the good work that has been done to date. So hopefully we can keep on going and remediate the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Guess our next speaker is Faith Bondi. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Please unmute yourself, Faith, and thank you for joining us at CECD2.
Thank you. I'm one of the co-presidents of the SALC PA. So thank you guys for having us. I'm here also to support Resolution 198 to get us another school safety agent. We did have one for a period of time, and due to a lack of staffing, it's our understanding, and that's the reason we don't have one. And I think Ben raised most of the issues, as did Natalie. And, you know, I think we have all seen that our teachers and our school staff and administration have been overwhelmed and had to wear many, many hats over the last 2.5 to 3 years. And this is just another hat that they're being forced to have to wear when our school safety agent has to go to the bathroom, has to go to lunch, or is asked to do patrols in the school, as is just, you know, an ordinary part of her job. And it's something that really just they shouldn't have to do. And the administration is supportive of this. And frankly, I know they've spoken to the DOE, and I know DOE is very sympathetic and responsive to their needs. It's just, I think it's a lack of staffing issues. But we're here to support them and their needs. And our school safety agent, she is amazing and she's heroic, and she's there every day to support our children and to be a line of defense for them. I know there have been issues outside school, and she is there as their, you know, support network to, like, you know, wrap her arms around them and make them feel protected when they run back inside, if there's something going on outside that they just don't feel comfortable with, especially the middle school children who are often out there by themselves, just self-dismissing. And she's done that on more than one occasion. And with one agent, it's a little bit harder for her because one can't be outside and one can't be inside. So we really appreciate the support that Community Board 6 gave us, and you can give us as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Faith. Thank you. I guess, Craig, you listed as our next speaker. Craig, please unmute yourself, and thank you for joining us at CECD2.
Can you hear me? I'm on my phone, sorry. I'm outside.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll keep this brief. I do support all 3 resolutions. What I wanted to bring up tonight is really a request of Superintendent McGuire. There was an article this weekend in the Post about certain controversial books, or that some people feel are controversial, that have been delivered to many of the schools in our district and districts across the city. I would just ask him to comment on that in his report tonight, his feelings about that, the DOE's reaction to that, since he does speak on behalf of the DOE, and also how parents in individual schools can understand what the plan is for this curriculum and these books, just so we are educated as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Craig. Next one on our list is Jean Hahn. Please unmute yourself, and welcome to CECD2, Jean.
Hello, everyone. Hope you can hear me. I just want to express support for the resolution put forward by Chen Kwok with regards to the COVID restrictions for schools. I have a few points to make regarding why this harms everybody. CECs and PTAs are our parent advocacy groups. We are greatly weakened as a parent community if a significant number of our parent community is excluded from volunteering inside of DOE buildings. If we can't access them, if we can't work together in person as a community. We're also in the midst of an epic child mental health crisis because of the restrictions from last year and inability of children to socialize. We should be restoring normalcy for students instead of imposing mandates that many cities have already lifted. This creates anxiety for our kids. And to put it bluntly, what are kids expected to do if their parents do not want them to get vaccinated and they are excluded from sports and extracurricular activities? COVID has not proven to be more dangerous to students during off-school hours. So I'm so glad that the DOE has lifted the vax mandate for proms and the outdoor mandate for graduations on DOE property, but it's not enough. We need to restore full normalcy for toddlers and giving them masking choice, and also our students, and let them to participate in society in the same way that everyone else can at this time. Thank you, CEC. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jean. Our next speaker is Young Yoon. Please unmute yourself, and thank you for joining us at CECD2.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me. It's my first meeting that I've come to. So, but I also just wanted to show support for the resolution about removing the vaccination requirement. I've actually been trying to get in touch with the DOE and work my way through the system to see what changes could be made. And I didn't realize this was actually up for debate, because I do agree on the mental health issue more than anything. My son actually got COVID before he was able to get vaccinated, but he's still unable to go on a school trip, which is actually taking place during school hours. So it's not even after school, it's in place of a regular school day. And I just find that it's not fair. Even the doctor's like, he's more protected than anyone else. And the lack of consistency in the rules does, I feel like, make the children suffer. And I really feel like this needs to change. So thank you for sharing all that data, because I do think it's important and it gets lost in a lot of the discussion. So I just wanted to show my support, and I really hope that if this change happens, that it can happen quickly.
Thank you very much, Young.
Thank you.
Okay. Our last speaker is Justin Perry. Justin, please unmute yourself, and thank you for joining us at CECD2.
And thank you for letting me say just a quick word. I think I'm uniquely positioned to comment on support of the making the COVID vaccines optional for students. I'm an immunologist at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. I'm also a trained clinical psychologist, Fordham trained clinical psychologist, and I have children at PS 183. I have 5th grade twin boys at PS 183. So I just want to say I fully support this. I think this is a pretty critical time where kids are, I have a pretty extensive client load where I volunteer to help middle school and high school age kids who have been struggling through this pandemic. And I think the ability to go to these sorts of activities will provide a really much needed outlet, particularly for the ones who've been ostracized for a little bit. So anyway, I don't want to take any more of everyone's time. So thank you for hearing me, and thank you for putting this resolution forward. Again, I fully support it.
Thank you, Justin. And Janie, is there anyone else sign up?
There's nobody else signed up.
Okay, so that concludes our first public speaking session. Okay. Just one moment. Okay, so we will go to the report of the president. Just one moment. All right, well, oh, Chen, you had your hand raised? Or?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just a question on procedure. Thanks for the support for putting on the agenda for the draft resolution. What would it take to get another sponsor? What's the process to do that? So I'm soliciting one more sponsor to be able to vote on the resolution through this process. So please advise me what's the steps that we should take.
Well, we'll be discussing the resolutions next. It's on the agenda now. So parliamentarian, do you want to weigh in on the next step? You're muted. You're muted, Len? Oh, maybe you're not a co-host.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
there you
let me
go.
look into that right now. But But I think at a minimum, you need another, you would need another sponsor at a minimum. But let me just check the procedure. Why don't we come back to that?
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I see that there are a number of, there are two hands up, Megan Zipkin and Kate Miller. We ended the public speaking session. If you want to sign up for the second public speaking session, which should maybe be in between half an hour and an hour from now, depending upon how long the next few agenda points take. But you're welcome to speak during the next two speaking session, then the second speaking session. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. As you know, I'm Ben Morton, the CECD2 president, and it's spring now, and a lot of schools, a lot of PTAs are having a lot of fundraising efforts, even galas. There've been a few galas I know in our district. Council members, I hope you've been active attending, whether it's a gala or other fundraising efforts, because I found it been a fantastic way to meet and greet with a lot of our District 2 schools and parents. So it's a great opportunity to help fundraise for schools. And speaking of schools, we had I wanted to bring I wanted to mention the Wagner Middle School. They there was one parent in particular in the SLT that incorporated a new way to address learning loss, and not just for students who've fallen behind in at their grade level, but just haven't been performing as well as respect to where they had been previously, whether it was at grade level, above grade level, and below grade level. So the SLT at Wagner is now using their iReady data, and they're looking at students who are falling behind, and they were able to do two things. First, they added a goal to their CEP, which that it keeps a progress on all students, and specifically, it's all students who will increase or maintain their national percentile as measured by the iReady assessment test, which is nationally normed and taken at the end of the previous school year. So they're looking at the data and they're saying, we're going to address that. And then it's not just looking at the data, they're looking to support it. So specifically, they're reviewing the math curriculum for next year, and as well as the ELA. And they're seeing what steps that they can do when they're when students are not meeting not just grade level, but have dropped from where they were previously. So I think other schools, other middle schools, other elementary schools, I hope they follow suit with what's being done there, because it should be used the whole spectrum of students, and Nikos, if you're out there, congratulations on. I know he's worked closely with Superintendent Kelly McGuire and the Wagner principal, and I think this idea of addressing outcomes for all our students in District 2 is really welcome on the SLT level and on the school curriculum level as well. So I wanted to shout out to that, because the impact of COVID and schools learning loss was not just on any one particular group, it impacted all students. So, and taking this more holistic approach to it, I think deserves a good shout out here. I have to, I don't know if she joined us today from FACE, Aisha George. She's no longer with the DOE. I had the pleasure of working with her over the past few months. I would like to inform also the council members who are not aware of that, but she was a great help during COVID, and whenever Michelle was out on vacation, she would step in and fill us in with information and so forth. So it's going to be a loss for us on the council that Aisha George from FACE is no longer with us, but we still have Michelle Chang. She's been unbelievably supportive of our council. And finally, I just that in the coming in the next few days, we'll be getting information from the DOE. So I know council members are aware, and I will be emailing our district and our public regarding the C37 process. There will be a superintendent forum next week, and where we will be discussing. There will be 2 or 3 candidates. I believe they will be announced tomorrow. 2 or 3 candidates for our district, and this forum will be about getting to know our candidates, and we will also be asking some questions to the same questions to all 3 candidates, or 2 or 3 candidates, and the public is invited, and hopefully we will allow for participation from the public as well. So that, but that will be sometime next week. The DOE will be giving us the date. Even though this is a CEC, it will be a CECD2 forum. Like our meeting with the chancellor, the DOE does run the Zoom part of it, and the streaming part of it. All right, so that's all I have for our council today. Our current superintendent, Kelly McGuire, please join us. You have your report. Thank you.
Thanks. I see that. Oh, I saw that Len just raised his hand. I didn't know if that was ahead of me or not.
I can address it later. I was just going to answer that question that was posed earlier. I could do it later. That's fine. I don't want to interrupt your presentation.
I have a quick admin thing. Max Chen, the Mandarin interpreter, Lily Wu can't connect to you. Can you put your phone number in the chat? I think he's doing that. Okay, we should turn off the chat now.
Oh yes. Okay. Thank you, Janie, for letting me know that. Okay.
Thanks so much, CEC2, and the rest of you all, parents and families from our district. It is good to see everybody, and I want to just start by wishing a belated Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers that are out there. I know we had a pretty rainy weekend here in New York City, but I hope that you're able to enjoy the day and get some rest. In the report today, I want to, as usual, just share a couple of things that have been coming up in our schools this month. We have an update from school food, as well as a note from our Big Apple Award, a teaching award that happens every single year. Some updates on summarizing data, our health protocols related to the COVID-19 pandemic, and then a few notes in regard to looking ahead to 2022, 2023 here in District 2. And I also will address Mr. Slutskin's question about the teaching materials that were highlighted in one of the newspapers this past weekend. But I do just want to start by saying that this last weekend, or this last week, we celebrated Teacher Appreciation Week, and across our schools, both our school administrations and our PTAs went above and beyond to really support the teachers in our schools. We saw special lunches being offered, breakfast and coffee in our schools, special notes from kids. I was passing by a school during Teacher Appreciation Week, and I saw hordes of kids writing thank you notes to their teachers in chalk outside the door. These are little things, and these are always things that are appreciated by our educators. I will want to just make a quick note that the Department of Education has set up this special portal. It's been up for, I think, about a year, but it's not very well known. If there is ever anybody in the Department of Education, a teacher, principal, assistant principal, to whom you want to send a little shout out or a little thank you for what you do, there's a special website here called doeallstars.schools.nyc. And if you go into that site, you'll be able to quickly search the person that you're looking for, and then they will get a special email that'll pop up kind of like a little certificate of appreciation with your words to the person that you're trying to highlight. So we very much appreciate all of our teachers, a special week last week, and thank you to all the parents and families who helped to make that special week for our teachers. I also just wanted to highlight a couple of things that we got to see this past week. Our Deputy Superintendent, Reggie Higgins, and I had the chance to visit PS 234. PS 234 has the only program in our district that is a part of the iRead instructional model program in our district. iRead is a program that was set up not that long ago, and it is a special program designed to serve students with disabilities and general education students in an ICT model that is a little bit different than ICT models that we see traditionally. In iRead classrooms, the class size is reduced to 20. That is 8 students with an IEP and 12 students without. iRead runs kindergarten through 2nd grade. In PS 234, this is a classroom that is entirely full and will continue to scale up through 2nd grade. And they will be taking in a new cohort of kids in PS 234. The teachers who work in iRead are specially trained in phonics-based, science-based reading programs that are really, really remarkable. And when we were there this past week, we saw groups of kids not just engaged in really wonderful reading instruction, but kids who were completely independent, working on reading skills that were very specific to them, that they could talk about and tell us about and really describe the kind of reading goals that they were working toward. So there are new kindergartners that are being accepted from across the borough. If you want to get a little bit more specific information about the Department of Education's iRead program, you can search in, do a web search of NYC DOE iRead. And if you think that this is a program for which your child will benefit, this is the website here. Or I'm sorry, this is the email address here that you could use to reach out. Again, this is a program for 20 students. The teachers have pre-training in Orton Gillingham and other intervention reading programs. And it was just really a joy to be there and to see this group of kids from across the borough. These are not pictures of those kids, by the way. These are stock photos. But they are just as cute here at PS234, I promise. So we know that there have been a lot of changes that have been happening, a lot of changes that Mayor Adams has proposed to the way that school lunches are served and the kinds of foods that are served in school lunches. There is a real concerted effort to try to do more recycling in our schools, both of traditional materials that we've seen recycled, metal and glass and plastic, but also an expansion of recycling food waste. The city is emphasizing these new efforts by planning a plastic-free lunch day. So when if your kids traditionally eat school lunch, you might ask them on May 16th, how was your school lunch a little bit different today than it was on other days? And hopefully they'll be able to tell you that there was less plastic that was used when they were served. It's something to keep in mind, and definitely something that has been consistent with the mayor and chancellor's goals of achieving zero waste by 2030. Every year, teachers are nominated across the city for the Big Apple Awards. Big Apple Award nominees can come from people from within a school, a principal, assistant principal, another teacher. Families and parents can nominate teachers for the Big Apple Award, teachers who they feel are really truly excellent in their craft. This year we have this group of teachers from across our district who are our semi-finalists. Two of these teachers will be going on to become finalists, and then at that level, there will be a group of teachers that will be selected from across the city as Big Apple Award winners. So a huge shout out to these teachers and a thank you to them for all of their hard work. It's really an honor to be nominated, of course, and a really special honor to serve as a semifinalist. So summarizing has been incredibly popular, and those of us who work at the district level here at District 2 have tried to let our central office folks know how popular the program has been, not just this year, but we could rely on numbers that we saw last year. This number here, I said that at the time that I wrote this, I said that we were serving about 3,000 students in District 2. That number is actually looking to be more like 3,500, between 3,500 and 4,000 kids in our district. Across the city, the goal was to serve 110,000. And as we heard tonight, those elementary seats really did fill up extremely quickly. A lot of repairs are being done to our buildings across the district over the summer, and so therefore those buildings aren't open or couldn't be open for summarizing. Another challenge that we were facing was that of partnering both the academic program that the Department of Education runs with the enrichment program that the Department of Youth and Community Development runs. The goal is really to expand and create as many seats as possible that can be safely implemented. And this year, there is a very, very strong feeling that these will be extremely high quality programs, because not only are our Department of Education teachers serving in them, but the community-based organizations that are serving kids from 12 o'clock until 6 o'clock are community-based organizations that we have been partnering with for many, many years. And so we're excited about what is going to happen here in summarizing. We know that we could absolutely fill more seats in the district, and we will, and we have been advocating for that and letting people know that we would like to host more seats in our summarizing schools. But right now the elementary school seats are full, but we do still have spots available for our middle schoolers, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So again, the dates are here July 5th through August 19th for kindergarten through 5th. The 6th through 8th graders are 1 week less, but all programs run from 8:30 to 6 and include breakfast and lunch. The schedule that is going to run during the day is in the morning, we have a core content, and then afternoon, there are enrichment programs. Students who have a 12-month IEP are automatically signed up for Summer Rising, but as a part of the extended school year program, but there are not extended school year programs in all of the Summer Rising sites across the district. And so that is something that needs to be determined by families, whether or not they are going to accept the Summer Rising seat to which their child was automatically programmed, or to go with the Summer Rising seat that they chose. But again, the extended school year services will be offered just in some of our sites across the district. Also available are students who are living in temporary housing are also automatically programmed for Summer Rising seats. And so we're looking forward to a really robust program this summer. There is planning that is happening already. We've got a lot of our wonderful school leaders are in the process of beginning to hire teachers. And so we're excited about what we're looking forward to this summer. I shared a little bit in our April meeting that the Chancellor has set a goal for all of our schools to reduce the rates of chronic absenteeism across the district, excuse me, across the city. We know that the pandemic had a significant impact on the rates of attendance in our schools. Citywide, the rate of chronic absenteeism, which is defined by students who are on track for being absent 10% of the time, which is about 18 days over the course of the year. If a student is absent 18 days, then they may be considered, then they are considered to be chronically absent. So citywide, we're on track right now for about 37% of our students to hit that definition of being chronically absent. In our district, we dropped 1 percentage point down to 19% of our students who are in that place. But there is a huge range of rates of chronic absenteeism across our schools. In some of our schools, we just have 2% of our students who are chronically absent, and in others, closer to 50% of our students. I broke out some of the data a little bit here just to give you a sense of how our students were doing based on a few different demographic criteria or housing criteria. You can see in but if you're looking at the rates of chronic absenteeism by grade level, that our students who are in pre-K have the highest rates of chronic absenteeism. Also, our students who are living in temporary housing and students with disabilities. So these are all areas in which we are working closely with our school leaders and our teachers to try and address and really reduce that rate of chronic absenteeism across our district. We are working not just to engage directly with our families, but asking our teachers to engage directly with our families, and also really making sure that our programs and classes are responsive to the needs of our students, that our students, when they come to school, we recognize how important they are. We let them know how much it is that we want them to be here. We make sure that the kinds of curriculum and instruction that we offer are meeting kids where they need. These are the kinds of steps that I think that we can take in order to really reduce that rate of chronic absenteeism across our district and across the city. So we are still in the pandemic and really still dealing with with the ups and downs of that. I heard this past week a couple of schools that had to report out to share that while for the most part they are dealing with students who have tested positive, and then therefore the schools are enacting the COVID protocols, we also have some teachers and staff who are now getting sick with COVID-19. And so this is still part of the reality that our teachers and principals and assistant principals are really dealing with, and that our children are having to, respond to when their teacher is absent. But our masking policy is still optional, but is in place for our pre-K still. Visitors who are adult visitors who are coming into school do have to show proof of their vaccination as well as their health screener, but masks are optional for them as well. We are continuing to distribute test kits across our schools, and really when a home and a family like mine starts to rack up additional test kits, then the city has encouraged families to use those test kits with adults who might have come in close contact with someone who has been diagnosed with COVID-19. So please use those test kits. We feel as though it's a strong strategy for trying to mitigate the expansion. We did hear that there was an update now to both prom, or if you are a middle school, your child's in middle school and you have an end of year 8th grade dance, we recognize that all students now can attend those activities regardless of their vaccination status, but chaperones still do need to be vaccinated if they are to help to support that activity. So a couple of things in looking ahead for the coming year. Mayor Adams and Chancellor Banks announced an expansion of gifted and talented programs across the city. Here in District 2, we are expanding the program by adding a 3rd grade class that will travel up as the children get older at PS 126. We're excited about that. The school leadership and teachers are excited about that program. And so we really see this as a great opportunity for us to open up this program to more students across the district. There are a couple of different criteria that I think need to be clarified for families who are seeking a gifted and talented program for their children. For the kindergarten entry, we know that this year all students in pre-K are being screened using a common tool that all teachers have been trained on how to use across the district for those who are in our district pre-K programs. If a child is attending a private pre-K program, then there is a process by which they can be evaluated at the central office or at a central site. So for entry into programs that are beginning in kindergarten and extending through 5th grade, though an application will open on May 31st. But on May 31st, there is the application for students who want to be a part of the new 3rd grade program is also opening. And entry into this new 3rd grade program is based on grades for students at the end of 2nd grade. So we're really targeting students whose grades put them in the top 10% of their school. Those are the students who are deemed eligible for this 3rd grade program. Some families are able to apply again, and that will be on May 31st. This is the first year that we have expanded gifted and talented programs in District 2 in this way. And so we're looking forward to seeing how it is that it rolls out. But we do have some next steps that we're looking toward. We are working directly with the school leadership of PS 126. We are engaging with our professional learning structures that exist at the Central Department of Education that are going to be doing training for all teachers at PS 126, but especially those that are going to be working directly with 3rd and eventually 4th and 5th graders who are part of the new expansion, if those teachers had not previously been a part of professional development connected to gifted and talented programs. So we're excited about the rollout. I know that in my conversations with our Community Education Council, we are talking about how it is that we can make sure that families are aware of the program, that they understand what it means to enroll in a program in third grade and what it is that they can expect once their child is enrolled in a program in the class at PS 126. So much more to come in regard to that. And one more look ahead here to 2022-2023. So we're looking at middle school programming for students in accelerated courses. So across the district for the past two cycles, we know that the application process for screen schools has been on pause. But I will say that even during that pause on applications to middle school, into screening and for middle school, some of our schools have continued to offer accelerated courses. What we are doing for the coming fall is that we are expanding the way that we are providing accelerated programming for students in middle school. We're targeting schools that had previously had accelerated programs, commonly known as the SP or Special Progress programs. So what we're looking at is not just a rewriting of curriculum, but really a revision to how it is that we are scheduling students to make sure that students who will benefit from accelerated courses really get that opportunity. Right now, we're really looking closely at mathematics. I have visited our middle schools. I have listened to families. I have talked with teachers, and I've talked with school leaders. And so this is why mathematics is bubbling up to the top for us. We are looking at a new mathematics curriculum called Illustrative Math that really takes 3 years of math and condenses it into 2. So that all of our 8th graders who are participating in that accelerated program have a 8th grade algebra curriculum that is fully part of that 8th grade algebra. In the past, when some of our 8th graders participated in the Regents class, they were still taking some of the 8th grade math curriculum. So what we're looking to do is introduce illustrative math, which takes the Math 8 curriculum and filters it into 6th and 7th grades, so that when kids get to 8th grade algebra, the kids who are taking those classes, who are a part of the accelerated courses, really have a full algebra curriculum once they get into 8th grade. So more to come with that, and there will be more that will be shared directly by the school communities that are a part of that, and we will make sure to share more also here with CEC and the rest of the community. And then finally, just a few dates to keep in mind. I guess we can jump down here to May 30th, which we're not in session for Memorial Day. The June schedule always gets a little bit confusing because there are so many professional days and clerical days that are occurring. And then a reminder that the last day of school for kids is June 27th. And that's all I have to share. Thanks very much, everybody. Oh, I apologize too. I will just first and foremost address the question that came up in regard to the teaching materials that were sorry. I will first and foremost just address the teaching materials that were highlighted in an article over the weekend. And I just want to say, first of all, that whenever schools encounter new materials and have new books and texts and things like that that are being introduced to them, it's a challenge. And some of the materials that are new to schools are more challenging than others. The texts do cover a wide range of topics, some of which are very, very familiar to schools, and some of which may be new to them. As you know, our schools work and serve a very diverse student and parent body. And what we say is the most important thing for our schools to do is to really engage directly with their leadership, their parent leadership, their teacher leadership, our district leadership, so that they can discuss those materials, talk about how it is that they might want to address them, how it is that they might want to roll them out or not roll them out to their communities. And so our work at the district level is really to support our schools and to help them think through all the different ways that they might address new material in their community. And so when we're talking about this, we're really thinking about, working directly with our schools and how it is that we can be of best support to them. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Superintendent McGuire. I was very excited to see the middle school programming, and I'm glad we're at the forefront pushing that. Thank you, and for being responsive to parents' requests on that. And thank you for the announcement about PS 126 in the third grade G&T. I think that's a fantastic school to be rolling out a third grade G&T program. I see we have some hands from council members. They have some questions for you. If you please hang on with us for a little longer and start off with Councilmember Chen Kwok, if you have your hand raised first.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Kelly McGuire. That's a great update. Just a few questions. I really appreciate the summarizing. I know that there's a shortage, still not enough, but it's a great start and it's a continuation from last year. One question I have is, I noticed your schedule for the academics that's in the morning and then the I guess the activities, sports or enrichment in the afternoon. Can you also have simultaneously the activities in the morning for another group of students and then academics in the afternoon? So then you could pretty much double your capacity each day for the activities. So when the kids are outside in the yard, there are students inside in the classrooms or any combination thereof to optimize the time and space. That's the first question. Then the other one is for the G&T entry. So bravo, I think that's a great, thank you for expanding that. The question is, what I have is, my understanding was that we no longer require families to be knowledgeable or engaged to find out about these programs, but that the teachers and principals can help identify the students who they feel will benefit from, who have these learning needs, who will benefit from an accelerated or gifted program. Was that not true? Do they need to apply, or is it a combination of both? I just don't want it to be that it requires a very engaged set of parents or guardians to again apply for something, and where their families who are working all the time, who are not knowledgeable, who don't even speak the language, they don't even know it exists. Can you clarify that? And the middle school program, is that a District 2 initiative, or is that a DOE citywide initiative which I applaud? And I one of our families who, the father spoke with one of our sessions on G&T, the middle school daughter, who was a graduate of a G&T program, had found the academics at her middle school not to be keeping up with their learning needs. And she was doing stuff she was doing in elementary school and middle school. So I applaud that, but I'm just curious as to, is it a citywide effort, initiative, or is it just a district initiative? Thank you very much.
Sure, no problem. And I first want to say I appreciate the creative scheduling that you're thinking about here in regards to summarizing. And I think that, any kind of, scheduling that would help us to support more kids would really be welcomed. The contract that the city has, and when I say city here, I'm really talking about the Department of Youth and Community Development, that they have with the different community-based organizations, YMCA, Chinese Planning Council, Manhattan Youth. Those are funded in a way to cover their staff for a certain number of hours a day. If they were able to come in at, say, 8:30 in the morning and work until 6, then I think that the schools that are able to do that could engage in some more creative scheduling. Last year, when we had Summer Rising, some of our CBOs were funded in a way to allow that kind of, to allow those staff members to come in early and really serve and support kids right away in the morning. And then some of them were funded only to come into the afternoon. So I think it's something that we really have to look at to see if we could do that kind of flipped model that you're talking about in order to bring more kids into the program. In regard to enrollment of students in the gifted and talented programs, the first step of this is both for kids who are entering kindergarten and for kids who are entering 3rd grade is standardized. There is nothing that a parent needs to do because we have instituted 2 types of screening that capture students who may be eligible and a good fit for this program. So that pre-K screening is universal. All of our students are screened for pre-K. And then the students who teachers have identified using the tools that they have been trained on are nominated. The next step then is that parents are notified of that nomination, and then they have to apply for the program. So that step is in place. And something is also there similarly for kids who are entering the 3rd grade program, but instead of being screened using a universal tool, they are screened by looking at their 2nd grade course grades. And so all students who fit into the top 10% of 2nd graders will automatically receive, at each school will automatically receive a notice of eligibility from the Central Department of Education, and then it will be up to parents to apply for that program. And that's managed at the central level. All grades eventually fit into this central grading system. So again, another way that it's not entirely relying on ensuring that the parents are aware of the program. And then finally, in regard to the middle school accelerated programming and course initiative, that is a District 2 thing. We have listened to our teachers, we listened to our parents, we listened to our students and our school leaders. And over the past few months, we have been engaging directly with them to figure out what is it that they may need in order to do some of that accelerated programming. And so we're excited about the look for fall 2022 and looking forward to sharing more with our District 2 community.
Thank you very much. And a final comment from me regarding the article that was in the New York Post regarding some of the books, including Our Skin. I think I agree with you. There's a diverse set of students, group of students across our city, and we respect the views and values and be sensitive to them. And for families to also have transparency into what will be taught, what will be read and read to them or assigned for reading. I think I just worry when a book like Our Skin is saying that certain kids are born a certain way and there's no way they can change it. There's certain guilt that's attributed to a certain group of people, and it's another, those things I really have a concern about, that we're not teaching our kids to value each other as individuals, that no one is born evil, and that it's what they do as individuals and choices they have that determine their future and their outcomes. That would be a much better kind of learning for our students and families to support, instead of certain topics and narratives that I think that are against that kind of view. So that's what me personally would have concerns about if we were embarking on that type of content in our curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kwok. Councilmember Das, you have your hand raised next.
Hi, thank you, Kelly. That was I like that. I love that presentation. Actually, one of the most interesting ones yet. I do have a couple of follow-up questions, and I'll be wearing both my admissions hat and my diversity hat for these, if you don't mind. Some quick questions on the G&T. DOE still hasn't defined a process yet, though, for how exactly they're going to identify kindergartners, and even more importantly, first through third graders who might have more, they might have more information on academically. Have they?
I'm sorry. Can you say it one more time?
They haven't identified the admissions criteria yet, correct? For G&T, we know that it's an interview process, but have they defined that a bit more? Because there was talk of introducing objective measures into that, if possible. I don't know if they've pursued that further.
For this year, and I'll ask Jennifer if she has anything that she want to, our family leadership coordinator, who's also our enrollment point, if she has anything to add to it. But for admissions this year, the checklist, the checklist, it's a rubric, a tool that all of our teachers were trained on to screen all of our pre-K students. That, to my understanding, is the only tool that is being used and the only measure that's being used for this year. I don't know if Jennifer, if you have anything else you want to add.
That's true for kindergarten. For grade 3, I just want to and clarify what you said before. So for the new third grade program, students will be invited to apply for that program. For existing G&T programs or K through 5 programs, parents can apply for a third grade in a seat like lower lab or PS 33. And they will be admitted based on their report card grades. So it's a little bit different process for existing programs versus the new third grade program, PS 126.
And what about first and second graders? Are they?
I believe it's the same. I believe it will be the same as third, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
They're still ironing that out, correct?
Yep.
And the checklist is slightly different than what was used last year, however, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was one. Then in the middle schools, you had mentioned bringing back accelerated programs into schools that had them, or starting that first. How far? We recently had them, correct? Not ones that had them long ago, right? At some point, many schools had them, I believe, predating a lot of us.
Yeah, we were really looking at working with the staff at Wagner Middle School and at Baruch Middle School. Okay. But there are other schools that have had these programs in place as well.
Okay, that's hopefully just as to start, right? Because I know there have been other schools where parents have had petitions to bring in accelerated courses, and then that didn't happen in the past. But is that something that you might be interested in exploring as well?
I think that as we're heading into, we're going to approach 22-23 with this plan and evaluate how it is that it is going, and really looking to see how, what is it that has been successful. But at Baruch and Wagner had historically had these big programs, and so we have gotten to know our students a lot better. This year of being back in school full time has really been a plus for that, and so we're working most closely with those two schools. But I will say that we're also, Lab Middle School has maintained an accelerated program. MAT PS 126 has maintained an accelerated program, and a lot of our middle schools have been teaching algebra for all of our students. But what we want to do is just make sure that if kids are getting to 8th grade, that they are as prepared as possible. So this is a way that we think that we can do that, while this is the way that we think that we can do that. Really get them the curriculum that they need prior to taking that full Regents curriculum.
Thank you. And so for the last question, I'm going to put on the diversity hat, if you don't mind. I do want to follow up a little bit more on Chen's question, though, because I got to say I'm concerned about that one book in particular as well. And my biggest issue with that is it specifically teaches that, I'll be blunt, it flat out says that, you know, white people invented racism, which I, as a victim of racism for much of my life, I think that's patently not my experience and not true. They don't hold a monopoly on it. They didn't invent it. And it's been something that's probably been around since probably as far back as Cro-Magnons and Homo sapiens. So in particular, I think it's troublesome if those books are part of libraries and anyone can pick them up and read them, or versus whether they're presented. I think it's also, are there any plans to maybe have parents have the option to opt out, can they choose not to be involved in this, in particular books that they find offensive? I think those are all reasonable questions, because I don't know that I would necessarily want to introduce this topic to my kids that way.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that the book that was highlighted was a part of the Mosaic Curriculum until I read that article. But what I'll say is just that, you know, whether you are a principal or you are a PTA member or an SLE, you're holding some kind of leadership in the school. People bring all kinds of ideas to you and all kinds of texts and materials to you. And I believe that the role of the leadership in the school is really to engage with the community around this. And so when you know, schools are looking at the materials that they are using with their students, and you have a constituency that feels as though like this is a good text to read to the community, not necessarily, or to figure out how it is that you might use. You know, you have to figure out how it is that you're going to address that. And so I guess my leaning on all of these issues, regardless of how controversial they might be, is really to engage and discuss. And I think that that gets us to a much better place than deciding one way or another without any kind of engagement. Because you know, that's where we often land with all kinds of things, right? Like we just assume what somebody else thinks about something, and then it goes nowhere. So having a discussion around a book like this or a text I think is just really important. And I think it's part of the role of the school leader to think about how it is that they're going to engage their community with it. And that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, everybody has to teach it, but it does mean that it's not something that we are, you know, blowing off someone who brings something in for discussion.
I do just want to highlight that book is particularly troublesome, because that's being introduced to very young kids when parents, which is a topic that parents might want to do, and it's stating something that I find patently false. So the two together are troublesome.
Thank you, Councilmember Doss. Okay, Councilmember Igorov, you have your hand raised next.
Yes, thank you. I have 3 questions. One is some schools have already started receiving enrollment estimates for next year, and members of SOT teams were concerned that some schools actually have very low enrollment, have like really big drops in enrollment. And so this year, what happened is that we only had enrollment numbers, I believe was March or April, and I foiled the GOE in January, and I was not giving by school and by grade. You mentioned that we still don't have this estimate numbers, even though the schools are receiving. And so I would love to know when we can expect enrollment estimates or projections for District 2. And the reason why I'm pushing this so hard, because I do think it's very important for us to really monitor enrollment by grade and see, which families we are losing, and so we can very quickly course correct. So I don't know if you want to answer this, and then we can go to the other two quick questions.
Sure. Just in regard to enrollment projections and enrollment numbers, these are numbers that are held at the central office, and there's a vetting process that occurs, and they are available for us to review after they are, they've been deemed ready for review by the central office. So I don't have control over the release of those numbers. I know that they're wanted in the community, but it's not something that is managed by the central office.
Okay, I'll follow up and see who is the person that we need to follow up with, because I really hope that this administration will have a lot more transparency than what happened last year, when we basically learned, I believe it was in March, enrollment numbers. My second question is about the kindergarten assessment for GNT, in particular for students who are not at public pre-K. What is the assessment that's going to be used? And I just want to make sure that you feel confident that, and I am honestly very surprised that there will be an assessment, because I thought it was so last minute that the GOE would not be able to do this for the entire city. But so I'm just very surprised, and just would love to have more information about what kind of assessment, when, also because enrollment for this is end of May. And so, some private preschools are ending January 10th. So families might not even be in New York City anymore. So I just think that it's really important for us to have more information so everybody can participate.
Again, I'll ask Jennifer Greenblatt if she wants to contribute to this. My only understanding of it is that there is a central assessment center to which families of students who are currently in private school can attend if they are seeking to have their child evaluated for a gifted and talented program. Jennifer, do you have anything you want to add?
It's the same assessment that's used, obviously, for our pre-K students. It's just done centrally rather than through our schools. But they have the same opportunity as students who are enrolled in a pre-K in a DOE school.
And do we know when these assessments are going to be done if you are not in a public pre-K?
They would, I don't know the exact date. They would have to contact to get more information on that. I can get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Sure.
And then finally, I just want to make a comment about the book that was also in the New York Post. I think the way we're discussing this as like, oh, somebody brought a book, so let's have a discussion. It's very problematic given the content of the book. So I'm going to read here, and I quote, the book says, a long time ago, way before you were born, a group of white people made up an idea called race. They sorted people by skin color and said that white people were better, smarter, prettier, and that they deserve more than everybody else. Unquote. So this is being shown for elementary kids, and if you would switch the word white by any other racial group, we wouldn't even have a discussion if this would be appropriate to include in our schools. That would not even, it would not even be acceptable, socially acceptable to have a discussion about a book like that. And as Coach said, it's also historically incorrect. It's deeply incorrect, as anybody who's familiar with history knows that racism is not just something that white people have inflicted in other groups. And so it is, of course, the history of this country, but it is really incorrect if you are having a more global view. And New York City is a city that has so many people who come from other countries that have a completely different experience with race and with racism. And so I think it's so problematic that we are even discussing including this book in our curriculum. And I would love to have an assurance that no school in our district is using this book, because I really think it is very, very problematic.
So, you know, I think that one of the things that is, this is obviously like an issue that brings up a lot of feelings and emotions, and it brings up feelings and emotions for people who, you know, think that the book should not be used in any kind of way, and the book brings up, you know, feelings and emotions for people who think that if not necessarily this book, there are issues that are raised that are important to discuss. I think that the challenge that we have is talking about it in, I think the way that I would, the way that I'm posing that a school address an issue like this, if it's brought to the principal or school leadership, is really that they, again, really that they engage with people, because there are individual people who have, you know, very strong feelings one way or another when something like this comes to, might come across a principal's desk or office. And so, you know, our role as school leaders is to, you know, work with our communities and to engage directly with our communities. And, you know, this is the time and place in which we don't necessarily agree with, you know, everybody who proposes an idea or who brings materials to us. But it's really our responsibility to listen to people. And so this is the way that, and I'll have to say, like, I have not, this has to date not been a huge conversation in our district. A lot of the materials that are, have a lot of the books that have been part of the Mosaic Curriculum really weren't delivered to our schools until just in the past couple of months. And so schools haven't really had the chance to dig into them. But what I will say is that you know, our role as school leaders is to serve and connect with our people, with our big people and our little people. And so that's what I would, you know, ask our school leaders to do when an issue like this or materials like this comes across their desk.
I just quickly, very, very quickly answer this. One, I am 100% sure that there are wonderful books to discuss race and racism and social justice issues that does not include that type of language. So I don't think we need to include this type of book when we're having this type of discussions. And second, many people have very strong feelings about very bad ideas. You know, some people have very strong feelings about anti-Semitism and about, you know, Nazis and about being racist. And we don't validate their concerns. We don't validate their feelings. And we don't engage in a dialogue if this should be taught in our schools. So why are we doing this with a book that very blatantly is, you know, addressing one race in particular and putting all the burden of racism in one race and teaching this for kindergarten? I think it's very problematic. I don't believe that that our principals would be engaging if somebody brings a book that talks like this about Jews, about Asians, or about any other group. So I do think it's very problematic that we're even considering including a book like this for elementary school.
All right, thank you, Daniela. Councilmember Robin Brocha, your hand is raised next.
Yeah, I was curious about the I read part of the presentation. I was just wondering, you know, there's been a lot of discussion now about, you know, teachers' college approach versus the science of reading. And so I was wondering, like, where this approach fits into that conversation. And is it And if it's whether it's, since most of our schools are using Teachers College, is it considered complementary to Teachers College, or is it sort of a tacit acknowledgement that that approach isn't suitable for all learners?
Thanks. Yeah. Again, it was really a wonderful visit to that classroom. So in recent years, the authors and publishers of the Teachers College, authors and researchers really, of the Teachers College curriculum have made adjustments to their curricula to include more phonics-based programs, materials, instructional practices in their curriculum. So they too have responded to the research and ideas about what it is that, how it is that we can help students to learn best. The curriculum, the training that teachers go through that are a part of the iRead program is really based around a program called Orton-Gillingham, which has been around for quite a long time. I was trained on Orton-Gillingham back in the mid-90s. So this is, and Orton-Gillingham is a program that is very much considered to be this phonics-based reading program, science of reading. I don't even know if that's, if we, I don't like to use that as much rather than talk about, what the skills are that kids need in order to develop early literacy. But I will say that this complements the curricula that we do have in place in our schools. Some of our schools that are that hold to the Teachers College curriculum with the greatest fidelity are also training teachers in Orton-Gillingham. And so this is not distracting or diverting us from the work that we are doing. It can be a great complement.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lupe Hernandez, you have your hand raised.
I'm sorry, can you come back to me?
Okay, Councilmember Robin Kelleher, you have a question for Kelly?
I do. I just think there's a lot to unpack here with the question that was brought up earlier by Craig. I guess the main question I have for you, Kelly, is you mentioned that it's part of Mosaic, and that's the books are brought to school, and you've barely even seen them. But I guess my question is, that scares me a little bit, that we're not keeping a careful eye on all the books that are going in to schools, especially to the really young learners. They're not reading that many books when you're in kindergarten, and each book is really going to leave large memory on these children's minds. And a lot of these books, I looked into them, and a lot of them are really good, actually. Like my issue with this book in particular, were individual pages, but they are, as a lot of people have expressed, they can be harmful to certain children. And it leads me to question too, we dealt with a couple of months ago, a lot of violence that we've had in some of the schools with among groups of different colors. And I'm wondering, is this going to help or hurt that? And I guess you don't have the answers to that. And you said that the community can decide, I guess, the school leaders, what to do with these books. But is that really responsible either? Because we're in a culture in the schools right now where the principals are unfortunately waiting to hear from the higher ups what to do. And there hasn't been a level of autonomy that Adams now would like for the principals to have. So given that mindset, I think many principals will see these books and just think, the DOE wants me to distribute them. The DOE wants them to learn, whatever that means, these books. And I think that's that might be dangerous if they don't come with more of an explanation, more of a user guide, because many people might be in the same boat as you. And I imagine most don't know any background on these books and might hand them out. And then what do they do with those questions at that point? I mean, I remember the things I was told at age 5 and 4. I took this fact if it came from my teacher in my school. And I'd hate for like a very diverse class, which could be very happily getting along and enjoying one another, to all of a sudden see each other differently because they're given a book or read a book by a teacher that says that white people created racism. And then they look around, and I just hate to not say there's not a conversation there, because there's definitely a conversation to be had. But is that how it should be done? And who decided this for Mosaic? And why, as a superintendent, don't you have more of a say in that role? And haven't you seen the books and vetted them more carefully?
So I just want to, clarify that from, from my position and the role that I have and our district team has, we definitely don't see our role as, being totally laissez-faire and just, asking school, letting, principals, teach whatever it is that that they want. What I am saying is that there is a level of engagement that does need to happen at the school site level with principals and their communities. But I will say that the same kind of engagement, I think, really is mimicked when principals and assistant principals and teacher leaders come to our district office. Today we were at Wagner Middle School with about 25 of our principals, and this topic came up, and just like having the conversations in schools, we're having conversations about this at the district level. This is certainly a very hot book right now. Hot, I don't necessarily mean as in, everybody's rushing out to buy it, or maybe they are, I don't know. But it is a book that is, it's raised a lot of issues. And so we are engaging directly with principals on this and talking with them and trying to figure out what of the Mosaic curriculum we are going to make sure that we're making accessible across our schools, and which we will not. But it's not necessarily just being like dropped and let go.
But it was delivered in boxes to schools in a sense.
And that again, like wasn't
and unpacked.
It wasn't the materials didn't come from District 2. It was a central office initiative.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, like you said, there's a lot of really great things that are in those materials. And I think that there are things with which we don't necessarily feel comfortable and have to really take a step back and think about how it is that what we're going to use, what we're not going to use, if we're going to use something that is tough to teach, that how it is that, that we do it.
And I just want to just jump on one thing you said about how it's a hot book and it's leaving, you in your office engaged in a discussion and conflicted. And I think that's great. It's great to feel uncomfortable and conflicted at our age, and to have these debates with the experience that we have, given what we've been through. But I don't think children that young, and studies show children that young don't have the ability to engage in those debates and not take things for fact. They're not developed enough to be there. And I just want to change subjects very quickly and ask something about gifted and talented. And I'm very excited. Thank you for that presentation about MAT or 126 and their new program. Some questions that have come up are, at what point will you begin looking into other schools for additional room for programs similar to such? And should parents be individually reaching out to their principals, their parent leaders to find out whether or not their school might be able to host such a program in the future?
I mean, I think it's, with all new things, we want to make sure that we're doing it really well. And so we want to, learn from this first year and this first class in regard to the expansion, and then really think about how it is that we are doing it and doing it well. And if there is a demand for expanding and we think that we can do it well, then I guess we're we're a little deep into the 2021-22 school year, but we should start having that conversation mid-year next year, if that's something that is, if the program is going really, really well and we've been able to work out all the challenges of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kelleher. Councilmember Lupe Hernandez, you have your hand raised again. So you have a question for our superintendent.
Good evening, Superintendent Kelly. I wanted to ask about summarizing in regards to students with disability. We've had many lengthy conversations about it, and I just want to get some clarity in regards to students that rely on busing and transportation to get to these programs. The information that we've been getting, and it's been trickling very slow for any family or parent of students with disabilities that may have an ESY or may require paras and other related services. But will the ESY sites that are guaranteed seats for students with an ESY, do these sites have already retained CBOs for kids to be able to participate in the enrichment portion of Summer Rising? And will busing be available for kids to be able to participate should the site have a CBO portion?
Thanks for that. And yes, we know that that remote learning has had an outsized impact on our students with disabilities. So making sure that our Summer Rising programs are really high quality is incredibly important. Just as a quick aside, one of the things that we're doing in District 2 is that we have been able to secure our universal literacy coaches that are really trained in reading intervention programs. And they are not just going to be working in our District 2 Summer Rising sites, but they're going to be working directly with teachers as well as directly with kids. And so that is really a blessing, I think, because we know that there are kids who are going to show up who are going to really be struggling with some of those basics. But to get back to your question, so the sites that are going to be hosting the extended school year ESY programs or programs for students who have a 12-month IEP, those sites do have community-based organizations there. In fact, they are just like any other site. It is not just a site set aside for students who have 12-month IEPs. And there is busing that is available to those sites. The challenge is that when a student participates in busing, then that bus often has to come to pick kids up before the 6 o'clock end time. And so it may be that they are not able to participate in the enrichment portion of the Summer Rising program for as many hours as kids who are not there with IEPs. So while kids who have a 12-month IEP are automatically enrolled in these sites, parents have to opt to participate in them and they have to opt to participate in them knowing that their child, if they receive busing, might not be able to participate in the full length of the program. So a child with a 12-month IEP automatically is enrolled in a Summer Rising program. If they choose not to participate in the busing portion, then of course they join the community-based organization, the enrichment activities, just like everybody else. I hope that clarifies it. Even if
well,
it's not necessarily what we wish was the case.
No, and I think, I mean, it's clear that students that rely on busing transportation being the most marginal student populations in citywide, continue to be ignored and left out and excluded from much needed services. And I think it's a huge percentage of population of students that are affected and impacted by these decisions that I think the DOE really should reconsider who and what they're making a priority. I just want to remind and put on the record that these students were unable to participate in SERS, which was the Special Education Recovery Program, after school because of busing not being available to take them home afterwards. We saw this was the case with Summer Rising last summer, and it's just really disappointing that nothing has changed. So if you can just voice that to the higher ups, because I think it's really unfair to this community, and it's a huge population of our students that is affected and impacted, and again are excluded from being able to participate in a lot of the enrichment and recovery services that they are much needed. So thank you.
Yes, that is definitely a message that I have shared and others have shared for sure.
I wasn't planning on speaking about this, but I feel it's necessary to add this to the conversation regarding the book Our Skin. I want to remind the pillars or even DOE's approach when it comes to cultural responsive sustaining education. And I think the students being aware of past and present forms of biases and oppression is extremely important. And being able to identify any type of bias, you need to be able to be aware of that. And unfortunately, the truth hurts, but this book and the statement that was read tonight was factual, unfortunately. And I don't think there's anything wrong with recognizing our history so that we can learn to not repeat the same mistakes. The Mosaic Curriculum, I'm actually really surprised that material was even sent out, being that we've been requesting for the past 5 months since the new administration came in, what was happening with the Mosaic pilot program. So I know many schools are very excited, especially in our district. I've heard from many schools, some my liaisons, some are not, and their DEI committees and the SLTs and the PTAs and a lot of the schools and students and communities are excited for kids to be able to see and identify themselves and use this material as teaching methods, and it is challenging, and our kids are capable of digesting this information. I want to make it aware that many families and many households of the BIPOC community have to have these conversations. We don't have the choice, and it's coming as early before they're in kindergarten. And I can tell you from experience that kindergartners do endure racism. It exists. It's horrible. And I don't think anyone on this council is approving of that or wants that, but it is the truth, unfortunately. So I think it's important that these are materials that are factual. There's nothing biased or racist about a book that is explaining how racism, the origins of racism, and it's impossible to try to play the, one group can be racist and another. I think this was, I think that article was fear-mongering on everything that's happening across this country when it comes to banning books And I think it's really important that we allow school communities to make decisions that they feel is appropriate for their student body. But let me tell you, 5-year-olds are having to endure racism, and parents and families are having to have these discussions. I know discussions have had to be had in classrooms aside from these books because of racial tropes. So unfortunately, in your household, it may be too young to have this conversation, but in many households across this nation, we don't have that luxury or that privilege, unfortunately. And these discussions are having to be had at a very early age because kids are having to experience these types of racist experiences, even at school.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lim Fang Sim, Janie, please, you have your hand raised next.
Yes, I have a question for Kelly. This is related to when you were discussing the bringing back of some form of accelerated learning. You mentioned Wagner and Baruch. Do you have any details on how or what metric the schools would use to organize these kids? Because I know that incoming 6th graders at Baruch were just, there's just one population. I know in 7th grade, there's AP and SP because that's how they came in. And then 8th grade, everybody's taking regents. And I think as you move forward, thinking about how to create an accelerated path, what metric is the DOE, our teachers, principals thinking of using to organize kids?
So just to share, this is we're going it alone on this. This is a District 2 thing. And so the central office, while they might be supportive of this, we are working with the communities directly to figure that kind of thing out. And we are really close. I just don't want to get ahead of any of the specific details that are being worked out between the principal and their teachers. But I think that it's, it's a lot to work out, but we're surfacing a lot of, I think, really exciting ways of doing this. I think that our hope is to do it better than we did it even before the pandemic.
Okay, and then one follow-up question you mentioned with regards to Algebra 1, you mentioned something like illustrative math. Can you give some context around that? Or what is it?
Yeah. So illustrative math is it's a math curriculum that's used in a bunch of our schools. The middle school version of it, there's actually 2 middle school versions of it. There is a standard 6, 7, 8 middle school curriculum in illustrative math, but then there's also illustrative accelerated for middle school. And what that is that it takes traditional Math 8 standards and content, and it redistributes all of the outcomes that kids are supposed to reach in 8th grade math and puts them into 6th and 7th grade math, so that when kids get to 8th grade, they are taking a true high school level Algebra 1 curriculum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Janey. Councilmember Len Silverman, please speak up.
So good evening, Kelly. I know it's late. I know this has been a marathon session for you. Thank you for being here. I just want to respond first to some of the comments that were made earlier. I've seen excerpts from this book. I personally find it offensive. It's not about me not being comfortable with my feelings. That's always what people will say to turn this around and try to say it's making us confront issues that we don't want to deal with. I'm going to be very honest. I find this type of vilification of looking at people as aggressors and in societies, particularly white people. I find it offensive. I'm a white male. If this is what it has to be, then fine. But again, I don't think kids are too young to learn about race, but I think there's a way to do it in a way that doesn't vilify, that doesn't demonize, that doesn't pit one race as being an oppressor. And there may be history there, but I disagree. I believe there's history of every single race. And I think it, as Chen talked about, going back to probably prehistoric times of being in these positions of power and authority and treating people differently because of the way they look or their values or their religion, whatever it is. But I just think that this is wrong, and I am personally offended by what I've read. Now, it's amazing because we have an expectation when we go to the supermarket and we go to buy a can of soup or to get a TV dinner or whatever it is, that we know what the ingredients are. And we can look and we can find out what those ingredients are. We can read labels. But when it comes to what we're feeding our children, we don't know. We don't know what's being taught in the classroom. We don't know the materials that they're being given. And it takes muckraking journalism, or it takes parents stumbling across things to find out what materials are being given to our kids, what books are being read in the classroom, things like that. So that's kind of disturbing to me. So what I would like to ask Kelly, and I've spoken about this before at the Chancellor's Parent Advisory Council, it's disturbing to me as a parent of New York City school system children that I don't know exactly what is being taught in the classroom and what type of books are being given to my children. And you can't always rely on a young child to tell a parent what is being taught or what the lesson was or the book that they're reading. So I think I would like to ask Kelly if it's possible, or if you're aware of any website, or is it possible for District 2 to post a website, or is it possible for our principals to post websites so that a parent, for example, I have a 4th grade student, so I could know that in 4th grade, these are the books that are going to be taught or given to our children that are on the reading list or on the curriculum this year. It shouldn't be so complicated. It shouldn't require a newspaper article or digging to find. It should just be out there. And I think that's an expectation that every parent should have, to know what exactly our children are being taught. And it goes beyond just, a math book or something. This in many respects is indoctrination. It is demonization. I personally find it offensive. And I think we have an obligation, if we want to have that exchange of ideas, to make sure that we know what ideas are being exchanged. So I would just ask Kelly, is there any way we can get some sort of feedback, some sort of list, some sort of information on what our children are being given, what their reading lists are, what teachers are showing them in the classroom? Because it really concerns me that I don't know. And there's a lot of stuff out there that's highly offensive, not necessarily thought-provoking, but demonizing and offensive and just blatantly wrong and just factually wrong and just nothing more than basic political indoctrination. And that bothers me. So I leave you with that question, Mr. Superintendent McGuire, please. Is there anything we can do to find out that information?
I mean, I think that the issue that you are raising of transparency is a really good one. And I think that as we have the opportunity to work with principals who are newer, and we have opportunities to work with principals who are more veteran. One of the things that is, that we really learn as principals grow into their role is that they become more transparent in their work. And that is something that I think that we can support our principals to do. The standards for each grade level are obviously on the state website. We know it's very easy to find out which curriculum each school is using for their core subjects. And then I think it's, some of these materials are very, very dense. And so, going into them and identifying all of the different little pieces is it would be a full-time job. It's our full-time job. But I think that our principals, our teachers, being transparent about the work that we're doing in our schools is something that we should always be striving to do.
All right, thank you, Len. Kate Miller, I see you having your hand raised, and I also saw your name on the list for the second public speaking session. We will be calling on you once the second public speaking session starts. So I see Danielle and Lupe both have their hands up. It's been a long discussion with Superintendent Kelly McGuire. I don't think he should be on further prosecuted here for DOE Central. But if you have new topics, please raise them. But hopefully we can let him go for the evening at some point here. All right, so Councilmember Daniela Igorov, you're up.
Yes, I have a comment to Lupe actually, because she made an accusation that I want to make sure that I answer. So it's not to Kelly. So I'm sorry, Superintendent Kelly, that we have held you here for so long. So Lupe, you mentioned that maybe what is driving our comment here is because we are not people of color and we have not had conversations with our children before kindergarten about races. So I just really want to share that has not been my experience. I have had this conversation with my kids very, very early. I look very Latina. They look very white. People always think that I am their nanny. And we have had to have this conversation about why this happens to me, doesn't happen with daddy. So it is not true that because I have not experienced racism with my kids and I have not had to talk to them about that I'm saying this. It's actually because I have experienced that. And I know that is not so black and white. That, that's why I think it's so important to speak up about this book. My husband and my kids look very, very white and I don't. But at the same time, my husband has experienced way more discrimination, racist, because he grew up Russian ethnically in Ukraine. So it's not as like that clear and cut as you were saying. And it's not because we don't want to face the truth or because we don't want to have this conversation with our kids. And also you are saying this, even though like Shane and Kush and me, we're speaking out against this book. We are not white and we are not, we are also part of minority. So I really think that it's problematic how you are portraying our comments and our opposition to this book. It's definitely not because I haven't had to have this conversation with my kids. It's specifically because I have had to have this conversation with my kids and because we have faced this almost on a daily basis, to be honest, with, every single type of person in New York City and in other places as well.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Daniela Igorov. Councilmember Lupe Hernandez.
Thank you. My question is for Kelly, and it was actually off this topic, but I will respond because I want to make sure that my comments were not directed towards any of you. And they were not specific. I did not accuse any of you. I was simply explaining that many families, this is something that happens and it was not directed towards any of you. So apologize that if you took that personally. Superintendent Kelly, I forgot to mention this the previous time I spoke to you. Is it possible, and I did ask you this earlier, and I'm just want to follow up to see if you got any responses. Is it possible for our district's PS 126s that's going to have the GNT incoming third grade class come into that school? Is it possible to do priority set-asides for free reduced lunch students, for students in temporary housing, low income, students with disabilities? I think CEC30 went as far as even doing priorities for more, I believe they said possibly even like half of the class if within that site school. And if they could not fill the seats with the 10% of that particular school, that they would then bring in other local zoned schools to get a priority set aside. Is that something that District 2 could do? Or was that something special for specific districts that they're able to, the CECs are able to kind of put forth recommendations? Not that the recommendations would be met, but that they were able to at least put forth some recommendations.
Thanks for that question. So unlike some of the diversity set-asides that individual school communities do, this enrollment process was completely designed by the central office of the Department of Education. And to my knowledge, there is no particular set-aside for this third grade program. I will check on that and make sure that I am right about it. But to my knowledge, there is no set aside, and that the criteria were designed and created by the central team that worked with the mayor's office to identify the way in which this third grade program was going to work. I will check with Superintendent Composto, I think is who it is, who is in District 30, to see what it is that they are looking at in their district. But for this year's admission to the third grade program, I do not believe that there is any set aside for this class.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Lupe Hernandez. Superintendent McGuire, thank you for taking everybody's questions, and I appreciate it. It's been a long evening already. And thank you for pushing for more acceleration, school rigor, class rigor, because one thing I've learned with having a senior in high school this year, colleges, universities, they're looking for class rigor. I think that might be the most or one of the biggest components in a student's application that they're looking at, and how we can encourage that and help students on their path to high school, getting a leg up on rigor. I think will help them compete, because they're competing with not just students from every state, but from the world. So it's important. And the reason why I also bring this up, I've had in the past few days, yesterday even as well, I met with G&T teachers, and I think we have some amazing teachers. We have amazing teachers to begin with, and thank you for bringing that up and earlier in your discussion. And so we have some amazing teachers, and but I had some specific discussions, and with the new G&T program, I think it'd be great to maybe meet with some of them, because they have some great ideas, and they can share what they see that's working. So if I can enable that for you, because there's a difference between that acceleration and G&T in theory. So I think teachers would be probably the best ones to talk to on how to make this a successful program as well. But it's great also to have buy-in from the school, and so it's wonderful to hear that 126 Matt is accepting of this. And one last, yes.
Oh, I before you cut out, I got an email from a principal who said that their teacher for Big Apple was not listed there. So I want to be able to visit that teacher's school without getting dirty looks. So Andrew Bieber of PS40, the PE teacher there, also is a Big Apple finalist. So thanks.
Oh.
Sorry, Ben. Sorry to interrupt you.
All right. Well, congratulations to that teacher too. I just had people reach out to me. I know some schools have advocacy letters or programs for their students. And I actually think this is wonderful that, they're learning about topics and writing these letters, and researching and writing, doing persuasive writing. I just would like that in the future, when with these advocacy letters, if there is buy-in or opt-in with the parents before they're mailed out, so the parents are aware that letters are being sent to whoever they send it to, whether it's the president, the mayor, city council, that the parents are aware of that some letters have gone out and have been approved because they are minors. If you could look into that, because I was notified a few times. All right, well, thank you very much. Unless you have any closing comment or, oh, okay.
No, thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Len, you have your hand raised.
Sure. There was a question earlier about a resolution. I just wanted to say to respond to that, if I can have a very brief moment. Just the procedure for placing a resolution on the agenda is contained in Article 4, Section 1.1, and provides two different mechanisms. Both of those mechanisms, as a prerequisite, requires a condition precedent that 3 council members engage in a certain activity, and that activity by the 3 council members be done before the start of the meeting. In this case, my understanding is there is only 2 people that, and that's who brought this resolution forward. There's no way to put it on tonight's agenda, and I would also ask if that's Jennifer Greenblatt's interpretation.
I concur.
So that doesn't mean it can't be done if another person comes forward for the next meeting, but there's no methodology contained within the bylaws to allow us to consider that resolution tonight.
All right. Thank you, Len, for researching that. Okay. All right. The next agenda item is committee reports. I believe. Are there any council members with a committee report?
I do.
All right, good.
I don't know, Robin, you didn't want to go first, did you? Or shall I?
Go ahead, Chris.
I just want to add on to Kelly's announcement for PS 126. What we also had discussed after that announcement, the expansion of G&T into 3rd grade, that the Admissions and Diversity Council would probably like to hold a meeting, invite the community members, and ideally invite PS 126 principal, vice principal, perhaps. Still an idea in progress, but is something that I would just like to alert people to and keep an eye out for. I think we're going to try to target before the end of this month. I think I'd also like to point out that thank you, Kelly, for making some of those announcements. I think some details that might have been missed, or if I missed them, apologies. The G&T plan, just so parents here know, this is regurgitation what was actually formally announced. The plan was to add 100 kindergarten seats, bringing a total of 2,500, and adding 1,000 3rd grade seats. I think what some of the districts are doing, like District 2, I think is not actually included in those numbers. Perhaps Kelly can verify. I think that wasn't baked into those numbers, right, Kelly?
No, it's included.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought that was just new districts that either didn't have programs or lost programs.
They were counting the numbers a little bit differently, and looking at the expansion numbers were counted both by districts that did not have any gifted and talented programs. I think there were 3, as well as the new seats in 3rd grade. So I believe it's counted in the overall new seats, but maybe we're saying the same thing, just a little bit different.
Okay.
But it's 32 new programs in New York City.
Yeah.
And then lastly, I don't know if people actually caught the announcement, but I would say we've thanked the administration, DOE Central, several times, and we feel that there has definitely been a big change in listening to parent leaders and CEC members specifically. And I would point out that several members of our committee were invited to attend that announcement, and in particular put a post in the chat that you can actually look over Chancellor Banks' shoulder and see Robin and Daniela and Ben, if it zoomed out far enough. So I unfortunately could not attend, but I'll put that in the link as well. Thank you all.
I also want to point out that they did use some of our language and the resolution that we wrote in support of gifted and intelligent programs. And I do think that just further, that should be further incentive for all of us on the council to continue writing resolutions and listening to our District 2 families, because for the first time, it really does feel like the DOE is listening, and I'm very thankful to the current administration.
And that brings me one other addition as well to Robin's. I also, last time when I introduced that resolution, forgot to thank our fellow committee member, Hunter Dare, whose position paper on G&T was actually used heavily in the preparation of that resolution. And he is on our Admissions and Diversity Committee. So thank you. Ben, I think we're good.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Coach and Robin. All right. So the next item is a discussion of resolutions. All right. So I'm sorry. 1 second. Does anyone have any questions or comments about Resolution 197? Okay. All right. Well, I should thank again the hiring committee. We have 3 council members there, Councilmember Janey, Councilmember Lupe, and Councilmember Daniela for doing a lot of work. And I think Michelle Chang from FACE also did a tremendous amount of work too. And I don't think she's here at the moment, but I have to thank them for what they did in finding a administrative assistant. Okay. So now let's move on to Resolution 198. Are there any comments? If there are any comments, I'd like to personally thank PTA presidents, co-PTA presidents, Natalie from PS40 here and Faith from SALC, tremendous advocates. And I also have to shout out to a former CECD2 council member and a CBC on Community Board 6 for doing a lot of the legwork and responding to the community and writing and reaching out to the DOE to John Keller. You know, I know we all appreciate it, bringing this. Oh, and Councilmember Len Silverman, you were out there too. So thank you too for all your input as well. But you have your hand raised.
I was just supporting John. I was just supporting your comments on John.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't raising my hand.
Yeah. So, all right. If there are any comments about that, okay, we'll move to, I believe, the second public speaking session. Okay. I think we have about 6 people who would like to speak. Just one moment and we'll call on them. Thank you, Janie, for putting them out there. So Megan's the first one. Okay. Welcome, Megan Zipkin. If you can, welcome to CECD2. Please speak.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. I'm a physician and would like to speak on the working draft to make COVID vaccines optional. My focus is not on whether or not to propose such a resolution, but rather to voice that I'm disturbed to my core at the poor quality and lack of credibility of the resources and references from which the council has cherry-picked information to misrepresent scientific truth. No scientific articles, no indication that any health experts were consulted directly and asked for guidance. Instead, a video on YouTube and an opinion piece on a personal website from a physician on the fringes who has been criticized for spreading mistruths that are not based in reality. The few evidence-based resources used are conveniently truncated. I find it odd to quote the American Academy of Pediatrics on hospitalization statistics, but not highlight their strong recommendation for vaccines for all children. To discuss the low rate of death, but not mention the 7,000 cases of multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children, a serious condition associated with COVID infection. The council references the New York Times article covering the recent data that showed the lower effectiveness of the vaccine in 5 to 11-year-olds in preventing infection compared with older children, but did not quote from that same article Eli Rosenberg, Deputy Director for Science at the New York State Department of Health, when he and other public health experts said they recommend the shot for children given the protection against severe disease shown even in that new data. The resources that I see are medscape.com, verywellhealth.com, the New York Daily News, and triblive.com. What I don't see is the Journal of the American Medical Association, Annals of Internal Medicine, New England Journal of Medicine, or Pediatrics. Before a council that is not comprised of medical professionals makes attempts to comment on health-related issues, please properly research and discuss the subject matter and base the resolution on credible sources. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker, Kate Miller, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, thank you. Pleasure to be here and really interesting. This is my first meeting I've been to. I am on the younger spectrum with a pre-K student in a District 2 pre-K class, and my question and support was towards the toddler mask mandate and dropping it. My child is behind. He has a list, but the class is falling behind, and it's just extremely disturbing that these children are wearing a mask their entire education so far in New York City. So just expressing my opinion that this mandate is not science-based, and I invite anyone from the council to come to my child's class and see how 3 and 4-year-olds wear a mask and how they share them and put them down, and when they take a nap, they put it on the floor, and in the bathroom, it falls on the ground. And it's just extremely disheartening and upsetting as a mother, and I feel incredibly guilty every day. And I only came to this meeting because I have no other way to reach anyone. I've called every district, the mayor, 311, and I'm just pleading with you to please speak up and advocate for these 2, 3, and 4-year-olds who have never been a day in a class without a mask, and also just the huge gap that's happening with kids who don't have extracurricular activities or parents at home that are able to help them and smile at them and talk to them. And these kids are just going to be even further behind. So that's just my plea as a desperate mother, and trying to figure out what I'm going to do next year with my child, and hoping that you can all advocate or share any next steps for the toddler mask mandate in New York City.
Thank you, Kate. Alice Ho, please unmute yourself, and thank you, and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, good evening. I'm on the SLT for Lab Middle School. Robin, thank you for reminding us about this meeting. I actually have a question out because I attended a workshop from the UFT, Rob Robertson, who I believe he's been on this and been invited here as well. And you guys last month, thank you, put on a fair student funding breakdown, if I recall, for April 12th. There was a breakdown of how the fair student funding was weighted. Now the question in my head has been, having you guys introduce this to us, was that the PEP was supposed to vote and has had a couple of opportunities now for the FSF allocations. I'm not very well versed as to why we're at this space, but I'm wondering what we need to do, if we can, to help move this along, because I know it will impact most of our schools when it comes to funding if they don't get the allocations approved. I don't know if anyone could speak to that, or at least give us some idea as to how we can help move this process along, if that means in any way approaching the mayor or other members, or if we're allowed to approach members on the PEP to help move this along so that our schools can have their FSF allocations awarded.
All right, thank you, Alice. I'll see if Robin Kelleher, your liaison, we can discuss that further with her. All right. See who the next person is. Just one moment.
It's Gavin Healy.
Gavin. Okay. Thank you. 1 second, Gavin. I'll unmute you. All right, Gavin. Welcome to CECD2. Please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm a white person, and I'm in total agreement with the statement that white people created racism. I'm also a PhD historian, and I think the historical record bears that out unequivocally. White people created racism. I'm sorry if that fact bothers some people to hear, but it doesn't make it any less true or any less important to hear. Perhaps some members of this council are confusing the terms prejudice and racism. They're not the same thing. Maybe some of you would have learned that if you spent more time reading books and less time trying to ban them. I guarantee you that there are a lot of books in any school library and aspects of the curriculum that may make some people uncomfortable. So I want to ask the council members, where does the Inquisition end? How many of the books in our school libraries do you want to burn? I've read the book mentioned in the Post article. I did not find anything objectionable in the book at all. In fact, I think it presents a thoughtful and sensitive discussion of race. I wish a book like that had been available when my child was younger, and I'd like to see it in every school library. In fact, after hearing the discussion about it here tonight, I just went online and I ordered an extra copy of the book to be sent to my child's District 2 school. I'm grateful to the CEC for giving me a little push to do so. As the parent of a biracial child and an SLT member in a District 2 school, I welcome the Mosaic Curriculum, and I am glad to see a book like this in our school. The kids are ready to talk about this stuff. It's the adults that aren't ready. And I also want to point out that my school, PSIS 217, reported 8 new COVID cases today, the most in a single day since January 13th during the Omicron surge. So meanwhile, our principal informed us this week that we did not have enough COVID tests to distribute to all our students. And this is a situation facing not just us, but other District 2 schools. So this is not the time to roll back restrictions based on your immature public health. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Tunisia, thank you for joining us at CECD2. Please speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm glad to see you sort of in person. I'm always happy to be at the meetings and to speak my mind. I wanted to just say that we have to be very careful when we start talking about banning books, because it becomes a slippery slope. And what we end up doing is making it something very scary. So what I've been reading across the country and what I've been reading, just as an educator, what I have been seeing and what my coworkers, peers, educators across the country have been talking about is that due to this increased ban on books, this increased censorship in what is allowed to be read, what has happened is that we're noticing that, yes, people of color, the LGBTQ community, the Jewish community, the indigenous community are being silenced. Their literature is being silenced. So we may start with one thing and it slowly snowballs into something larger, where at first it is just this one book and content, and then it becomes all books of certain nature. And if you're not sure, you can go right now and look online. You can read about what's happening across our country, where books about people of color, books about the LGBTQ community, books about the Jewish community, and even the Holocaust are being slowly banned, taken away, and hidden from our children. But I will tell you that is not what is happening. Instead, our children are going to do what children always do. They're going to go behind our backs and read it because we said they couldn't. So isn't it better to read it with your child so you can explain, rather than take something away and them make their own decision when they read it behind your back?
All right. Thank you, Tadesia. I think we have two final public speakers. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, Tamura. 1 second, I'll unmute you. Yep. And welcome to CECD2.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to express gratitude for Lupe, who has been doing some really impressive and important and dedicated work around students with disabilities in District 2. I went to the special committee on special education. It was amazing. It was informative. It was uplifting. I felt very hopeful and very seen and very heard. Thank you. I'd also like to say that I am extremely disappointed in the majority of the council members whom I'm looking at right now. When you ran for this position to represent my child and all children with disabilities, all children who are gifted and talented, all children, I heard all. I heard all. I'm not seeing all children being supported and elevated in this discussion, in any discussion that I've been to, in any meeting that I've been to. The majority of your resolutions have centered around accelerated learning, GNT. Now we're getting into anti-CRT rhetoric. And like Lupe said, there are students with disabilities who are not getting basic needs met. Educational access. You heard her say that. You heard Kelly say that. There are kids who didn't get special education recovery services. None. There are kids who can't be a part of enrichment this summer because they can't take a bus, because they won't have a way to get home. It's not just illegal, it's not ethical, it's ableist, and I'm disappointed. Do the work, because you know what? My kid counts too. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Markowitz, you're our last speaker for the evening. Please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, thank you for letting me squeeze in at the last second. I just got here. Sorry I was so late. I always enjoy the meetings, even if I don't agree with all the proceeds. I actually just wanted to remind the council that I submitted about a month ago a presentation that I provided to Community Board 2 called College Savings 101. And I'm looking forward to the opportunity to present it to parents at large, how to use 529 accounts, steer them to the DOE's own page about it, etc. And I'll hang on for the business meeting in case anybody wants to ask me questions, and I could explain a little bit. But without using all my 2 minutes, let me just say two things. My dad just got out of the ICU for COVID. My brother's got it. And the only thing I have to say as a request to the council is follow the science. This is not a popularity poll. Nobody likes wearing masks, but nobody likes seeing their relatives maybe breathing their last breath. Follow the science. And then last thing is, I feel like I just walked into a joke about I went to a fight and a hockey game broke out. I served 6 years on the CEC, most of them as a vice president. I never imagined a day when a CEC would vote to ban books. I don't care if it's Mein Kampf. I just cannot believe what I walked into. That is just a ridiculously undemocratic, unfounded, slippery slope. Please don't go down that path. We're not Kansas. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our second session. Okay. Thank you for all the public speakers. Next agenda item, just one moment. Okay. So we get to vote on the resolutions. Lupe, does this have to do with the resolutions here? Councilmember Lupe?
No, thank you. Thank you for recognizing me. No, it's actually is regarding public comment. Is it possible to address something that's very concerning?
can you bring it up under new business?
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Janey.
Yes, we're going to vote on resolution 197 to hire administrative assistant.
Yep. Oh, we have Councilmember Oshmanil here.
Yes, I noted.
Let me make her co-host. Second. All right. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to vote on resolution 197.
Second.
Okay, so resolution 197, yay, nay, or abstain. Robin Broshi,
Yay.
Kaushik Das,
I'm sorry. I don't have it in front of me. 197 is.
the administrative assistant.
Oh, yay.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe, oh, do we lose Lupe?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Ushma Neal.
Ushma says she can't unmute herself.
Oh, but I made her co-host.
My terrible. But I off my video.
Ushma, is it your connection? She votes yes.
Okay, Ushma's a yes. Lim Fongsam, yes. Leonard Silverman,
Yes.
Lily Wu, Lily,
Let me see if she's
that's okay. We'll go. And Gabriela Calabia.
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
Made her co-host again. I'm not sure why I dropped off.
Okay.
Lily.
Lily, we're voting on 197. It's to Chinagamisu. Sorry, I hope that's the right word for assistant in Chinese.
I'm texting her, see if she responds.
Maybe she had trouble unmuting.
Okay. Well, in any case, we have more than 7 votes.
Yep. Unanimous. Okay, great. So 197 passes, requesting that the Dewey hire a new administrative assistant, Chanel Harry. All right, great. I'd like to make a motion to vote on resolution 198.
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Sure.
You just have a typo in Janie's name under sponsors.
I do.
I don't know. I hope we don't have to vote an amendment to that, but you forgot a G. Lim Fong Sim.
Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah. Well, that's not a change
I don't
in the
think it's
resolution.
material.
That's a change in the name.
That's material.
So what does our parliamentarian say? Do we have to make a, do we vote on the correction to the name? Or
So what do we do? What do we just want to change the name?
there was one letter is missing.
Forgot a G.
Yeah.
I assume we're
It's
going to
a
move on.
spelling
Yes?
error.
Spelling error. There's no reason for it.
All right, so there's no reason. Okay.
Do we need a second on the motion? If so, I'm happy to second.
Yeah. Second. Okay,
198,
great.
you mean?
Yes.
All right, so can we vote on that and I'll make the correction.
Just so we're clear, it's safety staff, correct?
Yeah.
For PS 40.
Ben, I'm Lily. I can vote.
Oh, okay. Oh, great. Can we include her or?
Yes, we can. Or I guess, what does a parliamentarian say?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councilmember Janey, if you can take the vote for 198.
Yes, for 198. Resolution 198, Robin Bershi,
Yes.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe, Lupe, for one,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morden,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim is yes, Leonard Silverman,
Yes.
Lily Wu,
Yes.
Gabriela Calabia.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous. It passes.
Might be a first for our council to have 2 unanimous votes, resolutions in a row. Congratulations, everybody. All right. The next item. I'm hoping, Councilmember Janey, that we're going to have a new administrative assistant for next month. If that happens, can we put together all your votes and that you've calculated, that you've done in the past, that you've recorded, and if we can share that with the new administrative assistant, so for the next meeting we can vote in mass for our as per what Michelle Chang from Fay said we could use
Yes.
for our minutes. So,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelleher, yes.
Quick question about administrative assistant. How does the training process work? How do we get her up to date, assuming everything passes as we expect it to?
I was gonna bring that up during the working business meeting under the agenda item 8, administrative assistant discussion, but yeah, so we'll get to that then. Okay. But that's an important point. Okay, so agenda item 13, new business. Lupe, you had your hand raised from earlier. Speak to that. And anyone else who has new business.
Thank you. I'm a bit concerned, and I want to bring it to the council's, just to bring it to your attention, that it's been 2 months in a row, 2 meetings where we've had parents that sign up for public speaking, and then in return, and I'm talking immediately because it's already happened, and we've had 2 public speaking portions already, where these people are Googling them and emailing their private work emails in response to their for their statements that they've made at our meetings. I think it's really important that these rules that we've established in our chat, at least these experiences be respected and not taken out of this space when it comes to actually almost doxing these people. And we've had this issue in our council before, and I really would like to set a precedent that this is unacceptable, and any community members that are, and I'm not saying our council members, I'm talking about our community viewers, should not be engaging in this type of predatory behavior.
Not sure what you're referring to in terms of Googling.
I know we all received an email as well a couple months back from somebody that spoke and in turn started to receive emails and they asked if we were sharing the sign up list emails with people. So it's not isolated to tonight, but it seems to be an ongoing problem. And I think it just needs to be addressed or at least mentioned so that the community knows that we are aware. And this is just unacceptable behavior.
Sharing the sign up list emails. Who's sharing with whom? If you want to discuss this offline, I don't know.
Do you not recall an email that we all received as a council that their email, somebody had emailed them?
Yeah,
personally, immediately after they spoke, and they were asking us. I didn't accuse anyone of sharing anything.
Yeah, I had gone
okay,
into the
that's what
logs
I
of
was
that.
referring to. Right,
Yeah,
I was just referring to that being tonight's incident is not isolated. I brought that up as an example of it being an ongoing problem.
Yeah, what happened tonight? I'm unfamiliar with what you're discussing about tonight, but the previous one, I went into the logs and there was no one that accessed our domain with and got his that person's email that had the email. But Councilmember Janey, you have your hand up.
Well, I want to actually clarify something that Lupe said. So, Lupe, are you saying that someone is emailing you because they spoke and someone Googled their name and they're receiving disparaging messages? Or are you just saying this hypothetically?
No, I received information immediately after the public speaking. I mean, I rose my hand right after public speaking stopped. So no, this happened just now. And they've received disparaging messages since speaking at tonight's meeting.
Got it.
So
okay, so
because, yeah,
understood. Yeah. I just want to clarify that. So do we want in our guidelines, not to say that this is going to stop people from doing it, because if I can Google a person, if I can look up in LinkedIn or Facebook and get their email, amending our house rule statement about chatting probably isn't going to stop it, but at least we can acknowledge that people shouldn't do this, and we as a council don't condone this kind of stuff, just as a matter of practice and policy. But again, having said that, if their email is in the public domain in some way, shape, or form, we have no way of knowing. We have no way of knowing what's going on, and we have no way of stopping it other than putting it in our guidance as to we don't condone it and we don't think people should be doing that.
I agree with what you said there, Councilmember Janey. Councilmember Kwok, you wanted to add something?
I'm kind of wanting to leave it at what Councilmember Simmet said. I think that's the best response because there's nothing we can do. This is a public forum. People are encouraged to use their real names so that they can speak publicly and authentically. Again, I also want to highlight that we recently had an issue with one of our council members publicly disparaging a parent who spoke at this forum. And that caused a lot of personal attacks on that parent. And it also led to her child being attacked on a school bus, on this public bus going home. And we had to get intervention from the police and school safety. So we don't condone any of that. And we spoke to that type of public disparagement of a public speaker, a parent, in our CC meetings. And certainly for anyone to be attacked for speaking here, to raise issues, raise their questions, whether they agree with me or not, they call me names. I've had a lot of people calling me names. I take it, it's okay. I'm not gonna go and say bad things about them on Twitter or on Facebook, not like some other council members. So I think we should be very clear that this council do not condone that. We will not tolerate that. And any council member who does that, we'll call that person out, because we, as I have done, and as several of us have done already. So I agree with you, Lupe. But I think, if there's someone who speaks here publicly, we should definitely they should not be subject to any personal attacks, doxing, or any of that sort. So I agree with you, Lupe. Thank you very much for bringing that out.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Kwok. Councilmember Hernandez, if you want to later explain the situation privately, but yes, I don't condone any of that behavior. If there's doxing, but if it's a public email, then what we can do. All right, is there any other new business? Councilmember Das?
Yeah, I want to address one issue as well. I know we generally don't respond to necessarily to parent comments, but I just wanted to clarify just a few things that was definitely misrepresented by several speakers. I don't think any member of the council requested banning of any books, and certainly not burning of any books. That was not suggested by any of us, I think. And there was no vote to do any of these things or a vote proposed. I think parents here had legitimate concerns about whether or not certain books should be introduced by the parents themselves versus teachers versus being in a public bin or libraries for 5-year-olds being bins they can go into and grab. I think that was the topic of discussion, and we were questioning what the best approach might be. I do still disagree with anyone who historically says that racism is a white concept. Most ancient civilizations were not white, and they had all forms of racism and slavery and xenophobia and conflict surrounding all of this. So I will leave it at that for the next speaker.
Councilmember Kelleher, Robin Kelleher.
Yes, new business. A couple of questions that were emailed to me. One was about our Zoom technology that we're using at schools and whether or not it's possible to be upgraded. So we're using antiquated technology, and if it was possible to have Zoom technology that allowed for translation services. Kelly, I'm glad you're still here. Maybe you can address that. And I know it exists. I don't know how technically it works, but it would be very helpful to our council, to many PAs and PTAs out there, and many principals. So that's one question. Do you want to address that, Kelly? I don't know if you're able to speak to that, or I'll bring that up to our council. The other question that a PA in particular reached out to me about was how CCs, SLTs, and PAs can help, encourage the PEP to come to a quorum or come to a decision about FSF budget allocations next year. Conversation we could have. But I just wanted to bring it up since these issues were brought to me.
Did mommy help?
It's a long conversation about PEP. Ultimately, we need the mayor to have his last member on PEP.
Yep,
or else
that'd be
we're gonna in
helpful.
limbo. Yeah, and then it's a big issue.
I mean, are there any resolutions that we could write that would encourage him to do so, or encourage the PEP to make a decision one way or the other so that schools can get their answers about funding? I know that principals are really in limbo right now, and would appreciate that help from us.
I think that's really important. I don't
And
know. Yeah, sorry.
I was going to say, Kelly, can you speak to, or are you able to speak to the question about Zoom technology or other forms of technology that would have built-in translation services that we might be able to have access to in the near future as PAs or?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great. I'm not sure if I don't have controls over this version of Zoom, but Ben or Janie, who often do the tech part of it, I don't know if you can do closed captions in other languages or not, although I don't know if that would necessarily address the need that is out there.
We could do that for the streaming on YouTube, but we have to upgrade our Zoom platform to allow for like instantaneous translation and well, for that technology. So I think that maybe will be best for the next council, next term starting in July, to decide to work on the upgrade and what's necessary for that. But for
I'm told it's just an upgrade. I'm being told that. So how do we go about asking for that upgrade? Maybe in particular schools that have a large population of students and families that speak other languages?
It's a great question. I actually don't know how, like a PS1, actually I'm going to a meeting later on this week with PS124 and I can ask them.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Is that something maybe
I could help out there. So I will find out for you what PAs and PTAs are given is the Zoom account that the DOE has. I'm not sure what the agreement is with the DOE and Zoom on the translation piece of it, but I will try to find that out for you and see whether or not it's something we could do.
Yeah, it has to be done on the DOE
It
level.
would have to be for everybody. It can't just be for a specific school. It would have to be something that they've contracted with Zoom to do, but I'll do that.
Through the DOE, correct? Like the DOE would be doing that, correct?
Right. So a PA or a PTA can have use of a Zoom account as long as they have an email, a DOE email that they set it up with.
Okay.
And if they have any issues with it, they can feel free to reach out to me.
Okay, I'll circle back to you about the upgrade and whether or not it's doable. Thank you.
Oh no, sorry. If you just Google, it says it's instantaneous. I think my gut is it's going to be a cost issue. I can't imagine it'll be cheap.
Okay, Councilmember Ushmanil, you have your raise.
Thanks, Ben. Sorry I joined late. I'm at a conference in Bethesda. I just wanted to mention that we are planning to have a students in temporary housing / students with economic need meeting on Thursday, May 19th at 7 p.m. Kelly has noted that some of the supplies that we ordered have started to trickle into his office. So one of the things that and he's showcasing them there in his best Vanna White move. We will be finalizing the allocation and distribution to different schools there. So thank you. And again, I apologize for being late. I will catch up later on the YouTube feed.
Councilmember Ushmanil, what time is that? Because we may run into an issue with our superintendent forum. We'll know maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I figured we wouldn't advertise that widely until you clarified or confirmed for us when the superintendent's forum is. And if it conflicts, I'll pick another day. Okay, so I figured I would just indicate that to those here on the council and those who are still here in the event they want to join. That's the first date that we have selected, but we obviously will reschedule in the event it clashes with the superintendent's forum.
Just to let you know that wasn't one of the two dates that we asked for as a council. I think the winning dates were 16th and 17th.
Okay.
For the superintendent forum, but
Aren't those changing, Ben? Didn't we get an email that those are changing?
Yeah. Can I interrupt for a moment? Because it pertains to everything we're discussing. They sent us one date already.
What, did we just get an email?
Yeah, it was moments before our meeting. Monday, May. What is it? Monday, May 23rd at 7:15 p.m.
23rd.
Yep.
Oh my.
Don't get me started on that. But
wait, pushed way back.
Just back. Yeah, I don't know if people caught it. So sorry to interrupt.
No, I did not.
Sorry to interrupt Ushma and Ben, but it felt
was right before the meeting started.
Well then, we are having a students in temporary housing Students with Economic Need meeting on May 19th at 7 p.m. for anyone who would like to join us. And I will work with Ben to get that noticed. I really appreciate anybody who chooses to show up and help us in those efforts.
Ushma, will you continue to send out notification to everyone who's been in the past or everyone who's?
You better believe it.
We have people on here who want to go.
Yeah, maybe. All right. Thank you for bringing that to my attention and everybody's attention. Thank you, Coach, Rob. And Ushma, we'll send out something. I'll communicate with you. Councilmember Kwok, you had your hand raised. Sorry for the interruptions.
It's okay. Just really quickly, regarding the whole Zoom and all the technology, the translation thing, the channel, that's fine and dandy. Just like the whole hybrid mode, remote and in-person meetings, set up the technologies. It's really beyond the capabilities and actually the budgets of the CCs to set those up. I really must insist that we ask the very wealthy and well-funded IT department of DOE and New York City government to look at a centralized solution that can work for all of the CCECs across the city. Have one solution, negotiate it in one place at the lowest cost with the most, with engineering support and set up for all the equipment that's needed instead of 32, 35 councils individually chasing up solutions. We can't even buy or pay for Zoom costs unless it's over several thousand a month. That breaks our bank. We can't do that. We can't even put on PO as required. So this has to go back to the DOE and New York City IT department to create a solution for us, not for us to tinker on a small scale 35 times. Thank you.
And thank you, Chad. But that you're absolutely right. How it applies to us, and in terms of how it applies to the schools, which was the other part of Rob and Kelleher's question. That's it. That's also specific to the DOE, and hopefully Jennifer Greenblatt, our district family coordinator, can find out more about that for us as well. Councilmember Janey.
That was from before. Sorry, I put my hand down.
Sorry. And Councilmember Lupe Hernandez, more new business here.
Just wanted to point out and let the community know that the PEP, Panel for Education Policy, will be meeting again Wednesday, May 18th, and they will be voting on the fair student funding. So if anyone was wondering, no need for a reso. They will be voting on it. It's on the agenda.
Well, if something passes, there's.
Yeah, the question wasn't about whether it was the agenda, it was whether or not we can hope to have a decision this time.
I mean, yes.
I'm sure they will, with him appointing all 9 of his appointees. Unfortunately, under mayoral control, he has that power. So.
All right. So I make a motion to adjourn our May calendar meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Shall we do a show of hands, Jane? Motion to adjourn. Okay. All right. Great. And
Thank you.
do we need a 5-minute break before we start our business meeting, or should we just start?
I would take a 2-minute break, please.
Okay.
Start. Let's start. Get going. I vote to get going.
All right. There's some hands up.
Second.
I can start.
You can start. Oh, is everyone want to start? All right. I think that's the majority. Sorry, Coach.
I need to take a 2-minute break with the kids, but that's fine.
Well, we have to do a roll call first. So.
Yeah, I'll take attendance and do that. Sorry.
Councilmember Janey, if you could do roll call.
I'm just looking. Can I just assume everybody's here? I don't think anybody dropped off.
Will Jennifer Greenblatt allow that, or do we
Okay,
have to?
I'll just roll call. Okay,
No, she
Robin.
won't. Sorry. You need to take roll call.
Okay, Robin Broshi.
Here.
Kush.
Here.
Daniela.
Here.
Lupe.
Here.
Robin Kelleher.
Here.
Chen Kwok.
Here.
Ben Morton.
Here.
Ushma Neal.
Here.
I'm here. Leonard Silverman.
Yeah.
Lily Wu. Where'd Lily go? Did she drop again? Okay, and Gabriella Calabia.
Here.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Only one more month, Gabriella. All right, so Lily's not. She dropped. No, she's still here. I don't know why she keep losing her as a co-host. Making her co-host. Maybe we could try her again. Jane. Lily, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
Great.
Everyone's present.
All right, so the first item is the C37 superintendent process discussion.
Ben, I raised my hand here, but I think I'm going to step away to let you all talk about that process.
Well, yeah, okay.
I'll see if I get an invite to the 23rd.
Did we? Oh, did we get the invites? Did they announce who they are? No. All right. So they just told us the date.
I think they said tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow. Well, but the date was supposed to be tomorrow as well. And it's at 7:15 p.m. It's a new time.
Have a good night, everyone.
All right.
Thank you, Kelly. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Kelly.
Good night.
Kelly.
Good night, Kelly.
All right. As you've all seen, I forwarded you all the emails that I've received on the well, the last two emails with information about the C37 process, and it would be useful or helpful if we could have a committee to help with the process there, because we have to formulate 3 sets of questions, though I believe the DOE is asking us, I think it's a requirement, that they're asking us that we use a common question that's being used throughout all the districts, plus to have 2 other same questions that we asked for the superintendent forum. So total 3 questions, and then we come up with a way to creatively use the chat to, if there's time permitting, to have some questions to from our families or community. So it's basically spelled out for us, but I think it might go smoother if 2 or 3 at least 3 of us meet to discuss how this forum goes about. So I will be on that committee. If there are 2 other people who'd like to join. We got the 2 hands that popped up first. The 3 were Janie and Lupe.
Oh, I just have a question. I'm not
you have a
offering
question?
to join.
Oh, okay.
I just want to know when we will know who the candidates are or how many.
Tomorrow, supposedly. Councilmember Janie, did you have a question or?
No, I didn't have a question. I'm happy to help, if.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez, you had your hand up.
Happy to be a part of the committee.
Okay. And Councilmember Kelleher, you have your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, I'm happy to help, but I can also defer to the first 2.
I'm sorry, President Morgan. What's the request? I couldn't quite hear.
I just want to make sure that we fulfill all the requirements of the process that the DOE, specifically Deputy Chancellor Blackburn created with his committee, that there's a show of run, and there are a bunch of steps that that we make sure that we adhere to. I'm not sure how we manage it, frankly, because the agenda is not really ours. It's being run by the DOE in terms of it's not through our Zoom. It's through Jesse Mojica. I guess he's running it that way. He's really the host, even though technically we are. And I just want to make sure that we're fulfilling the requirements that they have asked of us. It's in the emails that they've sent.
Okay. Is there an event tomorrow to participate in, to do that?
No, it's this. No, this is for May 23rd. But I mean, we could create a, I can have a Zoom, find out, invite all council members if they want to discuss it. Absolutely. In terms of planning this, but then if that's the case, then we shouldn't be limited to 3 people. But if more council members want, I didn't think people would want to participate. But if you do want to participate, that's great. And then I'll send out a Zoom. The only issue is parliamentarian Len Silverman. If 6 or more council members show up to a planning session for the meeting, is that for the forum, is that an issue?
That's a good question, but what do you think, Jennifer? I mean, I think
then it becomes an open meeting.
Even if it's just for technical purposes.
I believe so.
I mean, theoretically, anytime the 6 of us get together, or six of anybody get together, it's, that's that probably qualifies. Robin, you're shaking your head.
I mean, the six people can get together, and
the question,
not an open meeting.
No,
We've
but I think
through. I mean,
no, but I think the question is,
I love transparency. I'm just saying, if we all decide to, 6 of us want to hang out at a bar, we don't have to give it 10 days notice.
No, but are we engaging in? But are say the 6 people who go? Are we engaging in business? But is
correct?
It?
Correct. Yes.
Are you going to talk about
council business?
CC?
Yes. Yeah. But then then it's a little specious to be discussing how to not discuss council business in public in a public meeting, right? If council business is going to be discussed, then it should be public.
I mean, I think this is a little different than if we go to a bar or bat mitzvah, and there's 6 people there that happen to be on the CC, which, by the way, I've never gone to a CC bar bat mitzvah, but if there's an event or a wedding or something, that's one thing. But I think if there's something, a forum, I don't know, it sounds like, I mean, I'll still defer to Jennifer on this.
Make it simple. I'll just send out a Zoom, try to set up a date for, I'll get a date that works for most council members, and for next week, and then so it can be public, but we'll discuss it as like a working business meeting to discuss how this forum will work, if that's okay. And then we'll also know and by then we'll know who are the candidates as well. All right. Is everyone okay with that? Is that a show of hands? Is that okay? So.
I have one question. Sorry, I not to complicate things, but Len, aren't there carve-outs for some of this in certain circumstances?
I'd have to research that also. Sorry, I don't know off the top.
But yeah, I thought there were some practical carve-outs and some exceptions. But whatever. I am fine with Ben's suggestion.
Are you unmuted, or are you about?
Only if you go into executive session. I'm not sure this would fall under executive session. You could ask Michelle tomorrow and she could ask legal if you want.
No, I don't care enough about that. No. it's
But
fine.
I'm just giving you that as
No,
an
I
alternative.
appreciate it. Thank you. Just tossing it out there.
What's the next topic? Okay, there was concerns about agenda item 3. There were concerns about privacy and safety of children. Fortunately, the chancellor stepped away. There was a issue with another school. I'm gonna speak in generalities here because I don't want to discuss the specific school, but there was an event coming up where student initials were being used as an examples of I don't want to even say what the examples were because I'm not even sure, but it the concern was that it could shame these students because their initials were being used, and that there was some inappropriateness of this. Jennifer Greenblatt, you should be aware of what transpired.
I am aware, and let me just say that the initials used were not the initials of the child's name.
Oh, so they took away the initials. All right.
They were initials, but not necessarily the initials of the child's name. I had a conversation with them and I suggested that they can use scenarios, but they don't have to use scenarios that were specific to the school itself.
Okay, because that would go a long way if they used scenarios that had nothing to do with specific children of that school. All right. Councilmember Janey.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with what the specific issue is. My question is that in the process of anonymizing this whole thing, so you're using different initials, but is the story or whatever is being conveyed far enough away that people can't say, oh, I know exactly what you're talking about? Because I think one of the challenges that, that happens is sometimes you have something that you feel is a teachable moment and you say, oh, well, I can spin it in a generic way, but then the reality is that's not very generic. And, in this sphere of folks, they're going to say, I know exactly what situation you were talking about.
So additionally, in this situation, because I am familiar with it, there is some confusion because there are a large percent of parents who actually do think those initials were actually the correct initials, and so there is an issue of whether or not the privacy of these children and their families were protected. And since it was brought to our attention, I guess it is important we get some answers and find out what should be done or how it's being handled.
Hopefully, Jennifer Greenblatt is correct that the initials have been changed and the events are not the events that happened at school.
If they're changed, though, the original have already been shared publicly because it was an SLT meeting.
Oh, it was already shared.
It was shared. It was brought up in SLT meeting to talk about doing this, but was never taken to the general community. So it was brought up there.
SLT meetings are open to the
Right.
public.
No, I hear you. I understand. But it was brought up there for feedback. I was told that the initials were not the right initials. I didn't ask for the names of the children to actually verify it. I could do that if you like.
I mean, again, it's not, it was just brought to us. I don't have any, skin in the game here. I just, I guess for the sake of the DOE, there should be more of an investigation, I would say. And I think probably some outreach to the parents of those initials. And some of it was pretty, it was like, Asian boy C. It was pretty specific. The whole thing.
Maybe it's worthwhile having a resolution for our council to what's acceptable. Council.
I don't know if you need a resolution on this. I mean, you could have a general resolution if you want. I will follow this up.
Oh, a general one.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah. No. I understand what you're saying. Regardless of initials being used,
yeah.
People always want. It's like gossip, and so if you tell somebody that something happened in a school, they're going to sit there and try to figure out who it happened to and what it was. So using general case studies is always probably a better way to go, to limit anybody trying to figure out what actually happened and who was involved in whatever the situation might be.
I guess just one more point to bring up, but one of the examples per se was involved a child who had transferred, and it became, I guess, more of a safety issue also, given what other stuff that's happened involving transfers. We just need to be really mindful and remind schools, I think, to be very careful about what information they share.
Agree. Sure.
Thank you.
And thank you, Jennifer.
Sure.
And thank you, Rob. Councilmember Kwok, you have your hand raised. Chen, you have your hand raised. I'll lower it. Okay. Yes, and thank you, Jennifer Greenblatt, for.
I mean, this was not done in a way to ever intentionally, harm somebody or to bring up information about specific children. It was done to talk about situations that exist, and I understand, what you're talking about, but I just wanted you to understand that.
Councilmember Robin Broshi, yes.
There's so much, I have no idea what you're talking about, which either this issue is really important and you should explain the context for this conversation so that people participating can understand what is going on, or it's very sensitive and it shouldn't be talked about in a public meeting. So please pick which one it is. And if it's too sensitive, that's fine. Take it offline. Or explain to everybody what happened, what is the concern, who is harmed, how are they harmed, so that we can understand how to be appropriate advocates.
It's sensitive information.
Then it shouldn't be talked about in a public meeting.
I appreciate it if you wouldn't raise your voice.
I appreciate it if you would respect people's privacy.
And that's exactly what I did. Thank you.
Apparently not by letting this conversation go on for 10 minutes.
All right, we're now having liaison updates. Are there any liaison updates? Councilmember Kwok, you have your hand raised.
I think he's having trouble.
He's not a co-host. Okay, I don't know how this happened.
He logged in another time, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going through my kids' bedtime routine, so I'm not at my desktop. I'm on my phone. So thank you. So just regarding that case that's being discussed, The question I have, one question, first I want to start with the question to Jennifer. Like incidents of bad behavior or alleged bad behavior, should that be shared with the public? Of a
You're
student's
asking
bad
my
behavior?
opinion? No.
By regulation, there's a regulation, isn't there? That any behavioral issues, should that be made public to anyone besides the child and the parent that's involved? Should anybody else know about any bad behavior or alleged bad behavior or something that's being investigated? Should that be ever discussed outside between the child, maybe the teacher, school administration, and a parent? Outside of that, should that be even discussed outside of that?
So no, due to privacy issues, but I think what we're talking about here is a conversation where specific children weren't mentioned and sort of case histories to use with families moving forward. So I don't know. I'm not sure that the privacy,
Okay.
that's not up to me.
Okay.
That's up to an investigator to look into.
Okay,
And to
so
determine whether
if
or
somebody,
not privacy was
yeah. So can I ask this question? Like, if a kid chopped down a tree in the only tree in the school, right? And then the whole school knew about that, and that incident was discussed. Does that kid's name need to be named so that to not have everybody know who they're talking about?
I don't even think if a tree was chopped down in a school, there should be a school-wide discussion on the tree being chopped down.
I'm just using that as an example.
Right.
So if there's an event that happens that everybody would know about, that even if you don't use this child's name,
right,
initial or no initial, is that appropriate to be that episode to be used to discuss as an example of bad behavior?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so that's my concern about what's happening in this case. That you don't need to use initials or names. It could be, you'd call it, apples and oranges and bananas and whatever, anything you want to call it. But if the incident is so familiar to students that the other kids will be, will know and spread the word about a particular student, then I think that's inappropriate. So that's my view on it. So that kind of situation should not happen. If you want to talk about something that happened at another school with another case that nobody knows about, has no information about, that's fine. But I think I would be very much against anything that I've described, that you've also agreed that's inappropriate to do. So
Right.
I hope
I'm
that
happy to discuss something in general. I don't think we should discuss. I agree with what Robin Broshi brought up, that we should be discussing this at a public meeting. You want to talk about things in general, fine, but not a specific school and a specific incident.
Thank you very much. That's what I was talking about. I would have the same objection. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Robin Kelleher.
Liaison update. Matt is getting a G&T program. That's my liaison update. Additionally, other schools that I've spoken with are interested in perhaps getting programs at their school.
Oh.
If that were to be, as McGuire said, a possibility if there's interest, and it sounds like there is, so.
Any more liaison updates? The next item, item 4, any requests for council correspondence and or public notices. I know, Wishma, you have yours for the 19th now. For the public notice. Lupe Hernandez, you had a meeting at one point and coming up. Is there a new date for that or?
Not at this moment. We're actually, I'm trying to confirm a date with a busing company so that we could hold a workshop for our community.
I was just making sure I didn't miss it. So if you have that ready, please let me know. So okay.
Absolutely.
put it up on our website. Any resolutions or letters in development that council members would like to share at this time? No. Okay. All right. Item 7, suggestions on future council meeting program presentations. We do have for June the DOE requested I just received this, I don't know, yesterday or today. They want to discuss the they have a presentation on the federal stimulus funding for fiscal year 2023. And they're requesting that for June. I was gonna see if they could do it, if they could present during our June calendar meeting. So that's up for that. Lupe Hernandez, yes, you have a program presentation suggestion?
No, I would like to take Mr. Michael Markowitz's offer in hosting a workshop regarding the RISE NYC, as well as, you know, we've had 2 people that have contacted us since early as January, and I'm just following up on those requests that were brought from Leonie Harris regarding smaller class sizes, as well as the parliamentarian workshop that was offered by Robert Robertson, our borough president U of T rep. So those 3, I would love to see if we can work them in. Obviously not all at once, but it would be really great to start providing some of these workshops to our community.
Right. I haven't, they never followed up with me, Leonie and Robert Robertson. So, but the Michael
They are
Markowitz.
both still interested. They actually had not gotten a response from you, but if you did,
Well, I
please
didn't get any. Well, okay, we can follow up, but okay, but I'd like to discuss the Michael Markowitz because he did send us an email, which I forwarded, including his I guess PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if council members, yes, Council Member Doss. You're muted.
Are these workshop suggestions for our actual calendar meeting or
Yeah,
are a separate meeting?
Well, a separate meeting, that would be up to people's individual committees, which might be a better way to do it in some ways. For our calendar, yes, it would be also for our calendar meeting. I think that's what he was suggesting. You know, I don't know if council members had a chance to look at his presentation. I don't know if there's a lot there in PowerPoint. Yes, Councilmember Kelleher.
I would suggest a separate meeting for these. We can send an announcement with the title of what the meeting would be about, and try to target specifically people who would be interested in finding out more information about the subject.
I'm just done. I agree with you on that. My only issue with well, not my the Markowitz presentation was that I think there was a second person. Well, there's a second person as in the presentation material, and I don't know if this is a way to find clients. I guess it looked like he was on a higher level for like working with companies. So so I have a little. There might be a conflict there. I'm not sure how that works, but I think a committee would be a better, since we're ready for June. We already have a well, we may have the federal stimulus funding from the DOE as a presentation for the following months, or if a committee would like to do this to discuss the college process, you know, that might be a better way. Anybody else? It's getting a little late, 10:24 here. Councilmember Hernandez, yeah.
Yeah, I've looked over all of his PowerPoint, and I've actually attended some of the. I've been able to express some of this through our school communities, and we've been heavily promoting alongside. I apologize, but the DOE committee that it's losing my. I can't think of the name of them, but I've been helping promote this. I don't see any conflict of interest that you're referring to, and maybe you can point that out because I must have missed that, but I don't see that. And this was.
If you give me a moment, I will.
Yeah, thank you, because I must have missed that, but I didn't see any conflict of interest in this presentation and workshop, and that it goes alongside with the DOE and what the information that they're giving, and it's the same information that we have been sharing to our school communities.
I'm guessing Ben's concern is that there's 2 companies mentioned on page 1, and they're mentioned again in other places in the document. Though I'm aware 529s don't actually flow through these companies, but
I'm sorry for the delay. Second. Okay, so I'm pulling up the presentation right now. There's another name mentioned in the PowerPoint. Contacts Robert Boykoff, CFP, CFPC, and then there's a phone number, an email, and that he's on the boss level. Not sure what that means, and it's mentioned earlier. So but if he's a certified financial planner, then I think it's fantastic to get professional input, but as long as it's not as a source of income. Yes, Councilmember Broshi, Robin Broshi.
I'd like to make a motion to recognize non-member Michael Markowitz to speak about this issue.
Second.
Councilmember Janey.
Oh, okay. We're voting on this. All right, hold on. Voting to recognize participant Michael Markowitz. Robin Broshi.
Yes.
Kaushik Das.
I thought we'd been down this path before. I vote no.
Daniela. Okay. Lupe. Lupe
Yes.
Hernandez. Robin Kelleher.
No.
Chen Kwok. Chen Kwok.
I'm sorry, what's this vote for again? I'm with my kids.
We're voting, Robin Broshi made a motion to allow participant Michael Markowitz to speak on behalf of, or answer some questions regarding the 529 presentation.
Yeah, I would think that should be a separate session, say no.
Okay. Benjamin Morton.
I abstain.
Okay. Ushmanio.
Nope.
Lim Fong Sim, no. Leonard Silverman.
No.
Lily Wu.
No.
Lily Wu.
No.
I got it. Gabriela Calabia.
Abstain.
Okay. So motion does not pass.
So the next The next agenda item is the,
Sorry, Ben, I have my hand up.
oh, my apologies. I'm looking at another screen. Yes,
Sure.
Councilmember Ishmael.
I think I voted no because I think there's a precedent here that we can't broach about allowing other people to speak during the working business meeting. I have a lot of respect for Michael. I looked through his presentation. I think it adds a lot of value. And I think we can also trust someone who was a previous CEC member to do a good job and to be associating with someone if they are not trying to make a whole lot of money. I thought that this was extremely educational, and I would endorse giving him 10, 15 minutes to be able to present this at one of our upcoming meetings.
Councilmember Janey, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I mean, I think the content of the material is fine. I think it's better suited to have offer a separate, kind of a separate meeting for folks who are interested, because people who engage in their own financial planning have gone through this ad nauseum, and I rather have the CECD2 time spent on educational issues.
It just, in terms of the June calendar meeting, we may have a DOE presentation already, and today we didn't even have a presentation already at 10:30. I do think, as others had pointed out, that maybe a committee meeting would best serve this, and it could, and then it could be marketed appropriately to the district for students. I mean, for families that are looking to do college planning and funding. I think that would be a great thing. I'm just not sure which committee this would best fall under.
I agree.
And if there's a committee that would like to take this up, I think this is great way to outreach and get new families involved. And I'm sure the PTAs would love to forward this as well. So, and for some of your committees, it may not be specific to your mission, but it still serves the community. So if there are a lot of chairs and co-chairs of committees out there, if you would like to do this, I would certainly help you set this up. Yes, Councilmember Hernandez.
I implore Ushma, I don't know if it's something you might want to do. I'm willing to co-host with you with both of our committees, if that's unfortunately how this will have to be done. If not, if we could fit it in a calendar meeting, that'd be great. But if it's been decided that this is going to be a committee situation, I don't know. I'm offering Ushma if you would like to co-host.
She was nodding her head, Lupe. I'm sure if you're watching.
Let's talk afterwards.
Also, as a committee, you can interact better with the attendees as opposed to the format that we have for calendar meetings. So if they have specific questions, they can be back and forth, but you can't do that in the program presentation in the calendar meeting. All right, the administrative assistant discussion is the next agenda item. I was hoping the officers would, I'd like to schedule specific dates, assuming that we get a start date of May 31st. I'd like to specifically set up dates in June where like the treasurer, the secretary, and the, well, maybe even the parliamentarian, yes, get to meet with Chanel and discuss, what's needed and explain what is done on the council and all that. So she's going to need help in that process. And I'm sure committees, you know, you can, that would be like the next round after, because there's certain obligations we have to do operationally that would be helpful in terms of training our administrative assistant. Plus, she'll need access to the website, a lot of information. So I'm hoping that there'll be an officers meeting that I'll set up where we could plan that, and after that round of meetings, then my next idea is to maybe see if committee chairs and also and maybe we can also have an in-person meeting as a council, but that's a problem in case it's more than 6 people, unless parliamentarian can find a way for us to get around. Is there any comments on that? Yes, Janie?
Yeah, can I propose that maybe I put together an outline of, you know, kind of ideal, you know, kind of introduction and training for Chanel, because what we don't want is to have her inundated with all of us all at once, you know, and I think giving her an outline of, you know, who she's going to meet first, what they're going to talk about, and also pass it to all the committee members so people can weigh in to say, you know, so everybody knows how the training sessions are going to work. Do you think that would be useful?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I can take a stab at that and then I'll send it out to everybody and then people can weigh in and say, you know, maybe meeting with 3 people versus 2 or doing what I just don't want, I think, you know, she's going to be new to this, and because it's also going to be a little bit more challenging conveying stuff over Zoom, like having all these people thrown at her at once may be a little bit intimidating.
Yeah. Councilmember Hernandez, yes.
I did. I wanted to just piggyback off what Janie said, because if I remember correctly, I believe that's what Michelle had suggested, that she meet with council members individually to learn, to train specifically what she would take over as the job that Janie has been doing this far, to take time to meet with Chen individually so that he can prepare her. I'm sorry, can you move whoever, it's very distracting. So somebody else, but she did suggest that it's not something that she's having to engulf all at once. And I do think that might be better suited.
That's why I brought it up today for our business meeting, because I agree with Michelle. We need to we need to meet with her, and so she knows what our expectations are, and to our efforts. Yeah. And I had a fantastic conversation with her at depth, and she's excited, and I'm excited. So that's great. All right, but thank you, Janie, for volunteering for that, and it'd be great that, you know, being transparent, that way we can all see and we can help and collaborate process. Thank you. Okay. I know, Chen, you mentioned this in the past, our number in terms of number 9. Oh, actually I got 2 9s. Sorry about that. We have a whether to take this hybrid or our meetings in terms of, but we not having the technology know-how to do it properly just yet. Is there a push for this term to want to go hybrid, or is that something we should wait, decide for the following term starting in July? You know, are people's thoughts that we need hybrid meetings, or Zoom enough. I want to weigh in.
Is there a potential that we could have committee meetings that are Zoom and rotate back and forth between in-person and Zoom for the calendar and working business meetings?
I'm sure we can, but we need technology know-how to run it in person. And I think, I don't know if the streaming will satisfy the state requirements now. So we would have to be able to field questions. So we have to use Zoom in some manner. Yes, Councilmember Broshi.
I'm sorry, can you clarify? So the going forward, the state essentially says you can do whatever you want in person, but you have to be able to provide a online experience?
That's my understanding. I could be wrong.
Okay.
But there might be some benefit to having that in person in addition to Zoom only. So I'm just wanting to feel for what the council wants to do, because it does take investment in time and understanding and money to get this right. And we do have at least one camera donated by former borough president, now city council member Gail Brewer. So it would be a shame not to try, but it's if there's a committee that would like to form to figure all that out, that would be great as well. Or that could be a long-term project for our administrative assistant as well.
The polling of opinions might be a terrific thing for her to start with in terms of getting to know us all, is just corralling what is the opinions from all of us related to what we want to do.
Maybe you can put that into Janie's, I don't know if she can do a spreadsheet or not, and collaborate with her on that, adding that part, because that'd be great. Councilmember Hernandez, yeah.
Do we want to maybe add this to the next calendar meeting and actually hear from our public too, and kind of get some feedback from them to see how
if they
going forward, I mean, it does impact them one way or the other.
Oh,
I'm throwing it out there. It's not something, it's not a requirement, but I'm throwing it out there. And I just think it would be important that our public weigh in as well. They are our audience, they are the participants, and they are the ones that we're trying to serve. So I think it would be important. I don't know if we can add it to next month's calendar meeting, and that way the community has an opportunity to speak during public speaking time regarding that.
Well, it could be, maybe we can use not only present it to the community, but they can weigh in through the chat. And that might be a smart way to use the chat to get the people who attend to bring out their views on whether we should be in person or not. And that way they get to all see our wonderful faces in person as well. All right. Main calendar update for now is that was it May 23rd? We have a council forum with the superintendent. We are also going to have and I thought it was going to be that week. I don't know when it's now going to be held. It's probably going to be held in June now. A C37 consultation, which my understanding is when that will be held, we'll need to sign a non-disclosure agreement or something like that. It will be private, and it'll be our views after we've gone through the forum. So as soon as I know the date on that, I'll share it as well. We did ask for dates I forget the 2 dates that we asked for, but at this point, I don't know if they're even using the dates that we've submitted, because it's now gone the week past it.
They're not.
Yeah. So.
Yep.
But as soon as we receive that, I will inform everyone, because I'm sure you all want to attend. Besides that, in terms of the calendar, and this is important with Chen, if you have any more reimbursements, submit it. Try to get to him before the end of May, because it'll be crunch times for him to send it and get reimbursements back to you all. So if you have any reimbursements, please contact Chen as soon as possible.
Quick thing on that, Ben. Sorry, I keep forgetting to raise my hand. I got my reimbursement back for something that took a lot of months. Just know the DOE will not reimburse you for tax. So if you pay for something and you pay tax, that's on you.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize they didn't. Okay.
Need a tax certificate. I'll correspond with Sunny on that one. Thanks.
It's not a big deal, and it's I mean, it was like all of $12, but just anybody who's making a big purchase on your own on behalf of CEC, make sure you work with Chen to get the tax exempt certificate before you purchase that, because otherwise you will not get that portion reimbursed.
Great point.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just thinking of any other dates we should be aware of. Next month is our last calendar meeting for the current term, in our 2-year term, but we're in July. I'll have to look at the date, but in July we'll have to restart the process on voting for all the officers again. So right, and I think any new business for working business meeting. All right, great. So then make a motion to adjourn our working business meeting. We got a second here from Robin Kelleher, third from motion Neil. All right. Yeah. All right. All hands to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.
Any abstentions? No.
John.
Well, have a wonderful May and a happy Memorial Day weekend. But I think we'll be seeing each other before then. All right, but to everyone else, if we don't, thank you for attending our May calendar meeting and working business meeting.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.